Greetings, stowaways. This episode comes with a content warning for some brief discussion of menstruation. If that's not your cup of tea, just skip past the intro, as it's only during the introductory banter. Thank you, and enjoy the show. Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous depths of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie, the Crimson Tide Rises, Bellekom. Sam, the Red Knight, embarks upon a charge, Burns. And Ellie, insert metaphor for periods here, Sparrow. Today's episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by the concept of menstruation, apparently.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! Highly recommend on a monthly basis if you're a person who has a uterus, what does periods and stuff. Looking your partner full on in the eye out of nowhere and going, the Red Knight rises.
The red moon rises. Blood shall be spilled this night.
Not that I've ever done that or would ever do that. Not
Or would ever put it on a Facebook chat. Just
No. I've never done that.
The
to
Red
my
Knight
friends.
is requesting lodging.
The blood wars have begun.
You know, like, with such a strong start, I can't think of any way to follow that, so I'm going to jump straight to messages from the future and demand, future us, what tidings from the present?
The red blood moon.
From the blood moon! Happy New Year, everyone. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks and Fireballs Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There is a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check that out at patreon.com/Flintlocks and Link in the description. We are an affiliate of Zavvi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. Once again, we're involved with the online group heist game Agent Venture, the most fun you can have on a Zoom call while keeping your shirt on. Pull off a heist, infiltrate a base, and save the world with only a laptop, an internet connection, and your socially distant friends. Check out the link in the description. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason.
Spoiler, it rises.
see, that's not what I was expecting at all.
What were you expecting?
I was expecting it to do a little dance and then have a lie down.
Oh.
Waxing and waning?
Yes, messages about the blood moon indicate it's mostly retiring to bed with a hot water bottle and a lot of chocolates.
So much chocolate.
That sounds about right.
And on that cheerful note,
Yay!
it's time to go to an entirely different scenario involving a lot of blood where many people are being killed. That's right. It's time to return...
War.
War! What is it good for? Dramatic tension, but only in fiction.
Yes, only in fiction.
It's time to return to Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously, on Flintlocks and Fireballs. War! Specifically, well, an ongoing war, and the war, as it may yet become, if it is not quashed in these early stages, a war for Sundran independence. The party are caught in the midst of the siege of Newmark as the rebels attempt to stand against the imperialist Osirians and their redcoat troops. Right now, there's an active battle going on, which is something of a concern. At this particular moment, the Redcoats have sent a disposable army of the living dead to try and carve a path to the battery, their primary fortification, in the hopes of destroying their artillery before a naval battle can happen to try and retake the port as a whole. The party have managed to severely blunt this attack in advance by extinguishing half of the undead force, but some, I think, nearly 2,000 skeletal forms marched across and under the river and climbed up onto the piers, bringing us into the midst of a fight for Newmark's survival. Last time, we kind of went into some detail about how said fight was going. So, to give you a loose recap on where we are, so if I just get my handy map will be included in the description of this episode. So, the crux of the city's defence is based around Monk's Docks, where several of their strongest units are held. Both of their rifle-armed infantry, as well as the clerics casting Turn Undead and creating magic circles to hold back any undead that try to climb up, and, of course, the Deadeyes, who actually themselves are using undead. But since there is currently a massive torrential storm happening, the disadvantages of fighting with undead while people are turning undead all around them are actually kind of counteracted by the fact that it's just raining and they can't use their gunpowder weapons well anyway, so disadvantages don't stack. With that in mind, however, although the centre is strong and they are successfully holding back against the tide of the dead, having destroyed perhaps half of the undead rabble that was sent against them, the flanks are not doing so well. Across the water, artillery are pounding the unarmed irregulars that are trying to, essentially just recruits and citizens trying to defend themselves with whatever they have, which for the most part is pots and pans and tools, as the resistance is solidly short on long guns. And indeed short arms, which actually is the case here. Insert halfling jokes here. Now, again, part of the reason the centre is so strong is because the Deadeyes have a mage on hand who is blinding the forward vision needed to fire the artillery. Because of the intense rain and wind, it's not actually possible to see the opposite side of the River Hound, where the sort of port area of Guernsey is. From which the artillery are firing. Instead, they are relying upon small, invisible arcane eyes to track the position of battle and give coordinates to fire on. However, even as on the eastern side, the infantry are cycling out their bruised and battered defenders for fresh troops, on the west, things have begun to crumble. One unit of unarmed volunteers have already been killed or routed, broken into pieces. A second has pulled back into Portland, leaving Upper Harlot undefended, while the front has come into new life in the district of Harlot with the arrival of the fire starters. The party who have been fighting against the undead in Monk's Docks have turned to see a series of living cyclones descending upon the beleaguered defenders in those streets. As the three of you turn to go and engage this new threat, the same fire starters with whom you've tangled twice before, who burned down the dry docks in which your ship was being repaired, and cost Quartermaster Vieg his leg, Corzin, you spot a monochrome figure running towards you through the streets. The pair of you don't, but as she gets close, the curiously black and white image of Clara Off, sometimes hag apprentice and ally of the party, looking to the world like a young child in thick clothes, materializes. To Corzin, gaining colour, to everyone else, appearing to pop into existence.
Oh, hello.
Whoa.
Sorry, you ran off before I could give these to you. She unslings a bag and just passes it to you. It's what I was able to get together over the evening. Here, good luck. You peek into it. There are 6 greater healing potions.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That's
You-
the last of my saint's bones.
Are amazing.
Thank you. And
Right.
I'm gonna give her a hug.
I'm also going to give her a hug.
She hugged you tightly.
Now, please get away from the battlefield.
Go on. Do what you can. She steps to the side and to Corzin to Celestia and Scamp fades out of existence, causing you see her slip back into the still world and scurry away.
Call after her. Get to safety.
She can't hear you, but she's already doing that.
At least one of those healing potions each.
Yep.
Yep.
You can have 2 each if you want. There's 6.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Yep, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's have 2 each.
Oh, amazing. I've
I
got...
mean, we might be able to use them on other people as well.
Yes.
That'd be useful.
But distributed, I figure, is the most helpful.
Yes.
Okay. You scramble up into the streets of
We've
Harlot.
just found the chest of healing potions, kids. Shit's gonna get
Oh,
bad.
Okay, so you scramble up into Harlot. Now, here's a little bit of what you see. And actually, while I remember to do this, let's make this a little bit more thematically appropriate with the rain and the wind. And who could forget the thunder and lightning striking in the distance? Just in
Very,
case there
very
was in case there was any forgetting that there's a friggin'
Rainbow
storm
Spirit's
going on.
kind of having a nice time with the lightning and making lightning noises to itself. Just echoing here and there.
Okay. The streets are thick with thundering rain and the sound of panicked gunfire. As you come into Harlot, you can see the troops here are not the disciplined, drilled militia under Alton's direct command. These are volunteers, drafted with half a week of morning shooting lessons and hastily acquired muskets. A few veteran captains are keeping things together, holding ranks of troops, firing as they beat a staggered retreat through the main streets against the ravaging horde. The worst part is the attack coming from the volunteers' other flank, and directly from above. Looking like distortions in the air, places where the falling rain is thrown out of shape, vortices of wind, reminiscent of the shapes of birds, bats, and insects, descend down upon the troops and scatter them apart in whirlwind blasts. You know the source of these elementals, the fire starters. They must be close, but there is no clear sign of them. Looking around, the local irregulars on this flank are in disarray. Those who've not yet made it back to the main ranks are splintered into small squads of 4 to 8, doing their best to fight back against the living wind or hide from it. Your eyes quickly rove over them. A half-dozen orcs and humans wearing masons' aprons and alternating between muskets and their work hammers. 8 stevedores in black dockworkers' garb, firing with rusted pistols and slashing at the air with billhooks. 4 sailors in red scarves and bandanas, cowering in a doorway and shooting their muskets at the sky. 6 burly figures in watch uniforms, hiding behind some barrels, and a cluster of a dozen tradesfolk backed against the wall as elementals menace them from either side, including a vaguely familiar, pudgy halfling woman with bottle glasses and red hair like a ragdoll's. Tabby Cobblecutter, proprietor of the Puggish Publishing Bookshop, owner of Inky the Pug, struggling with a carbine to fend off the murderous winds. I need everyone to roll initiative, please.
Oh no,
boy.
I would
Because
fully
we are
die
going
for Tabby
straight
Cobblecutter, and this
in
is
the
a
fight.
problem.
25?
Ooh.
No, sorry, 23.
22.
That's 20. That was an 18, not an 8.
Yes.
Lovely.
Okay. Hoo-hoo. That's some impressive rolls here. Okay,
Yeah.
one moment. Just making a note. And okay, right. Well, this is going to get interesting. Okay, so I'm going to say that you come in. So the elementals are scattered about at this point. Two of them are currently harassing the group that contains Tabby. I'm going to say that that group is about 60 feet from you. But the other four are scattered around, all between like 30 to 60 feet from you, attacking the various groups, or harassing them, or picking people up, ploughing into the main ranks and pulling people out, scattering them apart with whirlwinds. So, Corzin, you are up first.
All right. Looking around here, if I were to peer into the ethereal plane, would I be able to see anything more of these elementals, or less?
One moment. I just need to check whether it's an action for you whether it's a bonus action or an action, or even any action at all for you to shift it in focus.
That is a point. 'Cause it will affect whether or not I do it.
Yeah.
Base item. Here we go.
That was the DM guide noise.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just an ability you have, so I'm going to say it's like a shift of focus that takes like a second, so it's not even a bonus action. Shifting into the ethereal plane, you cannot see these creatures at all there. But this matches up to prior experience of these. They don't really have a presence in the still world. I will say that making check. I will note that as per kind of my soft house rule, things like perception and investigation and arcana checks are bonus actions if they are if they're going to be tactically relevant.
That's actually pertinent to what I'm planning on doing, so that's nice.
Because it just represents you taking a few seconds to really look or think.
Okay. So, does that mean I've spent my bonus action?
No. It's like you kind of have this ability all the time. It's just for flavour that you have to refocus.
Well, what I will do then is I will spend my bonus action in order to cast Hunter's Mark on the closest elemental to me.
Okay, closest elemental to you then. So I'm actually going to describe the 6 elementals that you can see. All of them are composed of whirlwinds. So what you mostly see is like just raindrops being thrown every which way. But they each form kind of animalistic shapes. So currently attacking Tabby and Co. are a hawk and a raven. As I say, those are about 60 feet away.
Okay.
Nearest to you is about 30 feet away in different directions is a bat and a beetle, like a winged beetle flapping and flying. So those are both about 30 feet. And then in different directions, again about 60 feet away, you can see a dragonfly and a moth. And they are just attacking individual.
4 total.
So 6 total. Hawk, raven against Tabby's group, 60 feet away. 30 feet away, bat and a beetle. And 60 feet away, sort of in the other directions broadly, is dragonfly and moth.
And those 3 groups of 2 are all kind of near each other?
Not really. Collectively, they are perhaps within like 120 feet of each other. They're all within 60 feet of you, but in different directions. Because they're like only hawk and raven are currently clustering as a pair.
Cool.
They found out they must be being directed from somewhere nearby here.
Yep, I'd say.
I'm going to go to the one that is, one of the ones that are 30 feet from me. I'm going to attempt to unload my pepper box into it.
Okay.
So disadvantage because of the rain, but...
Go for it.
That's 15 to hit.
15. actually made the intelligent choice of getting my stats up for once. Yes, 15 hits.
Okay, first attack then. That is 15 percussive with a further 6 from Hunter's Mark, so that's 21.
21. Okay. It strikes as you see it strike the with the pistol shot. You actually, you got your little revolver. As you see it strike, the bullet smacks into it, and it does seem to disrupt it a bit, but the bullet is swooped to one side and flung away. This is not as effective as it would be against a fleshy target.
Okay. With the second one then, I'm gonna call up. Come and have a real fight! Bang.
Okay.
That is gonna be a 16 to hit. So
hits.
That is gonna be a. Sorry, brain fart. 13 percussive with a further 2 for Hunter's Mark.
So 15. Just making a little maths. Okay, so I'm just going to do total damage. I'm going to count up damage for my insanity. Sometimes I count up, sometimes I count down. Okay, you fire 2 shots into the bat-like wind elemental.
Yeah, I'm going to use my movement to get closer, but I'm still going to have them come to me, so they have to come away from whoever they're currently attacking.
Okay, they are currently attacking the black stevedore, the black-coated stevedores.
Which ones are those?
So they are the dock workers.
No. Which ones are attacking them?
Oh, the bat. The bat was attacking the black-coated stevedores.
Cool.
So, okay, I think that's your turn, Corzin. So how close do you... Turn. Yeah, how close do you want to get to the bat, then? You said you're going to use your movement to get a bit closer.
Yeah, because, I mean, if it's 30 feet away, I've got 25 feet of movement, so in theory, I could use my entire movement and have them just move 5 feet, but I'm trying to get them into a position where they have to, in order to attack me, they have to disengage from the others.
Fair enough. They're pretty wide, so you can move 15 feet forwards and that'll do it.
Done. Yep.
Okay.
Happily.
So, fine, so it's 15 feet from Corzin now. Right, that takes us to Celestia.
Ooh. Celestia is obviously immediately worried about Tabby because she's adorable. And also, conveniently, the beetle and the bat are in a good distance of each other. So she's going to panic and run in, raise a guitar above her head, smack it onto the floor, and big rainbow cracks erupt outwards, and she's going to do a destructive wave against those two. Nice.
So you're going for the hawk and the raven who are attacking Tabby's code.
Yes, sorry, I've written them in the wrong places.
Oh, no,
but yes, I'm going
so
for
hawk
that.
and raven, yes. You run
I can do anything within a 30-foot radius.
You
of
totally
myself,
can.
So I should be okay.
Yeah, in fact, roll a luck check because I'm not really because I've been slightly ambiguous in where I've positioned some of these. So
that's a 10.
Now, if it was above a 10, I'd say you could get the beetle in as well, but you just get hawk and raven.
Okay, cool.
But they are within 30 feet of each other, so.
Cool. So yeah, I think I need. Sorry, I've forgotten how to do spells today. There's a lot going on. They need a con save. Yes.
Okay. So as you run forwards, the rainbow spirit, who is flashing with the lightning strikes, bundles up into your guitar, and as you strike it on the ground, lances outwards into 2 lightning strikes, which unerringly go into the pair of elementals. And this is so. What is your? This is halved into 2 types of damage.
It is. So the first half is thunder, which I guess I'll do first.
Please do.
It's not amazing. 8, 9, 11 on 5d6, kids. 3 ones.
Okay, so 11 thunder. Yep.
And then probably radiant. I usually do as preference if I don't know, so I think radiant I'm going to do. That one's better. So that's 18, 24.
Okay. Whew. Okay. So, oh, and I asked you for your save DC, so I know it's 18, which means one of them just manages to fail. Both of them actually failed, but one of them was just.
One of them just failed. Oh, one of them.
And both of them
got
actually
that
failed.
wrong. Yes.
Yes.
Yay. Even. Not
No. The way I said it made it sound like one succeeded.
You did. You said it with a weird intonation, like it was bad.
It's bad from their perspective.
It's bad for you.
Okay, so one moment, because I need to do this properly. Okay, so as you as the two lightning bolts come out, there is also like a pulse of thunder. You see the rain drops catch in the air and fling outwards. Interestingly, the whirling forms only react a little to the disruption of the thunder wave, but you do see the radiant lightning strikes go straight through them, creating momentary holes before they fill back in a little unsteadily. So the radiant bit worked just fine. The thunder bit less so.
Not so much. Thunder's bad. Thunder's rubbish. I'd then like to use my bonus action to have a look round and see if I can see anyone casting them.
Okay, so...
Thank you.
I
was worried I was going to have to do it, because my perception's terrible.
That is fine. I would like you to make an insight check, please.
An insight check.
Ooh.
You ready? You ready? 8.
Oh.
Okay, so looking around, it's hard to make out a lot of what's going on in all of the rain and all of the and the thunder and the gunfire. Everyone just looks like panicked crowds of people. You can try again on another turn with another bonus action, but this is all. But the rain just gets in your eyes. It's hard to tell. You're too worried about Tabby.
Yeah.
Tabby, meanwhile, is like, get the fuck away! Fires a shot just as you do your lightning strike. Oh, that was more effective than I thought it would be.
You're amazing.
So wipes rain off her glasses. Okay. That's the end of Celestia's turn. So you are now 30 feet from Hawk and Raven. Okay, and that brings us to Scamp, because none of the elementals rolled above a 20.
Yay.
Yeah, we were damn lucky here. Okay, I will look to see if I can see who's casting.
I tried, I'm sorry.
Roll...
No, it's okay.
It's right, roll an insight check.
Oh boy. Is Tides active? I've forgotten.
It's not.
Oh, is it going to be fucking Tabby?
I'm going to try using Tides.
Okay, tides are active.
What are these? Oh, one of them's a 20. This dice is so hard to read.
Okay.
But that is a natural 20 for a 25.
Okay, right.
We really needed that roll to come early, so that's good.
Insight I can do.
Okay. Looking around, there's a moment where you're furiously studying Tabby, and then you realise it's probably just Tabby.
I can't be Tabby.
You glance around. You do notice two things. The first thing you notice is that one of the groups here are not quite reacting right, and that is the group of 4 sailors in red scarves and bandanas. They're kind of shooting at the sky, but they're not really aiming properly. And the two behind are kind of vaguely aiming their pistols, while the ones with the muskets are out front. They seem a bit half-hearted. You also notice down an alleyway a second group of what appear to be soldiers, members of the armed irregulars, who are also wearing red scarves around their sort of lower halves of their faces, and they're kind of skulking. 2 of them seem to be frowning and muttering at something. The red sailors are... So the red sailors are 45 feet from Scamp in one direction. And so where you started off. And the red scarved figures down an alley are kind of like 60 feet in a different direction.
Okay.
Well,
So how far away are the ones in the alley from the elementals?
From the closest elementals to them, which I'm going to say is the beetle, probably the sort of the beetle and bat. They are currently about...
it's like a drow fairy tale.
They're like another 60 feet...
We just need a sausage.
I guess actually now I said that they were...
Where is the air elemental sausage?
Where
I
is
think
it?
you've forgotten to mention that one.
Of course! No, so the fakes, as I said, were 60 feet away in a different direction, so they're 30 feet behind where the bat and the beetle broadly are. Whereas whereas the sailors are kind of 30 feet in a different direction further down the street. Okay, so sent you all a little map of that now. So
Thank
we can
you.
work with that, because
Charles.
obviously that was starting to get a little confusing for me.
Too many numbers.
It's all right. For reasons that will become
Sorry about
apparent, I wasn't put too vague tonight. Okay, so Scamp. Yeah, who do you want to screw with?
Do I think that both groups that I think are suspicious would be close enough to cast, like to be the ones giving orders? My suspicion is that maybe one of them is guards for them, but it might be that they're both casting. Are they both within feasible range?
With the natural 20 and insight, both of them are within feasible range. One group are kind of like not really fighting properly. One group are kind of clustered away, apparently, hopefully out of sight, and seeming to be mumbling or muttering something.
I mean, that sounds pretty casty, doesn't it?
Sounds very casty.
Okay, well, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I guess I'm probably going to have to use a fireball.
Do it. Fire the balls.
Okay, you're gonna have
Fire
to.
the balls!
Do you want to pick the sailors or the scarf wearers?
The ones that are mumbling.
That'll be the scarf wearers down the alley. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm also gonna shout and point at the others.
Okay.
I didn't picture you saying anything. I just picture you going, ah!
Is that actually
What
what
does
you
that
shouted?
mean? What does it mean? You're just making sounds.
All right, words. Yeah, those ones look suspicious.
Oh right, yeah. The ones with all the red. Why are we so stupid?
Yeah.
Shit, we've been made. Okay, at that point, you also point a finger and the fireball goes down the alleyway and detonates around the scarf wearers, who momentarily look very panicked. Roll damage.
Maths.
Ah,
33.
nice.
Nice.
Okay.
It's not bad fireball damage.
Decent fireball damage.
Right.
Nothing below a 3.
33. Okay. There is a as the fireball detonates. You see a series of figures blasted backwards, scrambling against the walls for cover. Scamp.
Yes.
Your passive insight is 15, and something about the reaction doesn't quite strike you as right. Like they're almost like they're hamming up the injuries a bit.
Okay, well, these are either fake or illusions or just, pretending.
You call
Maybe
pointing
look at the
towards
other
them.
lot.
All right.
Okay. Which brings us to the end of Scamp's turn, unless you want to move from your starting position.
Is there anywhere I can get any form of cover?
I mean, like, there are carts around, like, there are sort of broken carts in places from the fighting. There are, this area had some street, like, this is a docking area, so there are crates in places. And, of course, there's always the fashion of just hiding kind of behind an alleyway corner. Either way, you can get half cover somewhere if you want to take it.
Yeah, if I could get behind some crates.
Okay, you get by some crates a little bit further back into the alley that you were in. I'm going to say you move like 10 feet back. But you can pop out to fire and stuff as needed. Okay. At this point, the group of sailors, I believe, see this one of them shouts, "Shit, we've been made!" And the two with pistols look at the... Think for a moment. Nod. One looks to the beetle and gestures with the pistol towards where Scamp is hiding. Yeah. Another, seeing Corzin, another looks over to where the bat is near Corzin and says much the same.
So which ones are these?
So the two of the sailors, the ones with pistols instead of muskets.
The ones that Scamp has just shot at, or the
no,
other
the
ones?
other ones.
No, the other ones.
Sorry.
Scamp shot the ones down the alleyway who were making the ominous sort of mumbling sounds.
And going, I'm injured.
Yeah. Meanwhile, these two, the two sailors who don't have muskets, gesture to the bat and the beetle elementals and target Scamp and Corzin and Scamp respectively, and then turn back. One of the two sailors, a scarred-looking human man, who I'm going to call Smith, slams a hand against the door they're standing next to and mutters something. You hear a loud cracking sound, and the door swings open. A spell that you've encountered before when Scamp has cast it from the Jade Key, as they knock the door to get it open. All four of them then run into this house, although two of them do take shots with disadvantage at, I'm going to say Scamp, on their way back. So let's roll some attacks with disadvantage for them, because 'tis rain. Train. It's not how that works. It's rain. Yeah, no, that's 10 for the first one, because disadvantage. Scamp, you don't have mage armor up, do you? No! Cool.
Yeah.
You get shot. It is...
How much do I get for the cover? Was it +2?
+2, though. So what's your
Lovely.
AC now?
14.
Oh, actually no, the cover does it. That's fine.
Hey!
Okay, so hiding behind cover though, one of the shots smacks into a brick wall, another lands in the crate that you are hiding behind. You hear the door slam behind them and click. Okay, so that is them. Something else happens. Okay. At this point, it's the elemental's turn. Let's divide these up accordingly. The beetle immediately flies over towards Scamp, as does, from its own position, a little bit further away, does the moth-like elemental. Flanking Scamp.
We mentioned it. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Similarly, the bat descends upon Corzin, as does a dragonfly, which flies off from its own target. And the hawk and the raven both break off from their targets and go for Corzin. And yes, that does provoke some attacks of opportunity, so I'll just make them. Okay. No. Someone manages to do a point of damage to the bat, I'm going to say, as it pulls away from them. So, not completely wasted. Since it's melee attacks of opportunity, unless you got like specialist feats, which they don't. Okay, so As each of the pairs get close, I'm going to start this with this is this initiative order. Corzin! The bat and dragonfly, both... They don't first of all, what actually comes the bat, because he's closer, just flies over you and around you completely.
Okay.
You feel yourself caught up in the midst of it, as in barely visible gusts of winds buffet and slam at you. I would like you to roll 2 athletics checks, please.
Okay.
Oh no.
First one.
It's fine for you, but oh no.
That's 26.
Okay, and your second one?
Second one. 12.
12, unfortunately, is the one that gets you. As you're buffeted by the winds, you strike and fight back, and then the bat catches you in its windy claws and pulls you straight up.
Oh dear.
You are grappled by the bat and are currently 40 feet in the air.
Right.
At which point, the dragonfly flies up and starts pummeling you with its tail. And that's just going to make some slam attacks against you.
Oh, well, this just isn't fair.
No! This tiny figure's like, ah! Okay, you're AC 17 these days, so both of those attacks hit, I'm afraid. Where are my d8s? Here we go. So you take... Okay, 13 bludgeoning damage from the first thwap, and then an additional 12 from the second. So 25 damage total as you are held aloft by the bat. It's essentially the air elemental equivalent of, when someone holds you by your shoulders and someone takes shots at your punching you in the gut.
It's I'll hold him, you hit him kind of situation.
That's pretty much what's happening, but with giant magical elementals.
Thwap, okay.
So while that's happening...
Oh dear.
The beetle flies up to Scamp and does pretty much the same.
Hello.
I think acrobatics is better for you, so 2 acrobatics checks, please.
Yeah, substantially.
Oh my god. Please tell me these in order, just in case.
11.
Okay, well, that's... So, the first hit is enough to just grab you, as the beetle catches you in its claws and pulls you up 40 feet into the air. Actually, you weren't as close. It's only 30 feet into the air. But it also now... but it also gets a second attack in, and that is a crit.
Boo.
Oh, no.
So, double the die. Fuck! So it rolled its maximum possible damage. So you take 37 points of bludgeoning damage as it bites with its weird windy mandibles down onto your shoulder.
That is exactly half my hit points from where I was.
Ow.
So...
You wouldn't think that just wind could draw blood, but somehow it does. Just by sheer virtue of managing to tear the texture of your skin a little.
Ooh.
It
Feels like it would feel really bad.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like getting punched by an elephant.
Ow.
And yep, the tag teams continue as the moth then flies up and proceeds to try and batter you with its wings. One elemental is essentially holding you out to the other while they do this. So, 2 attacks. You no longer have cover, you've been dragged out of it.
Nope.
So that is 2 attacks and 2 hits, as the moths are just ganging up on you. Okay, so that is 16 bludgeoning from the first one, and 11 from the second, so 27 total.
Okay.
Oh, these things are hard.
Well, it's not single figures,
Oh, good.
but it will be in 1 more hit point.
Oh, good. Oh,
You have
dear.
a whole hit point all to yourself.
Oh, my.
I've got 10 hit points. I'm one above single figures.
Celestia, make some acrobatics checks.
Okay.
Bats
How
and
many?
beetles and birds, oh my.
2 to start with. And just tell me them in order.
1.
Okay, doesn't matter. The hawk grabs you in its claws and pulls you up. Again, you were not as close to it, so 30 feet into the air. And then proceeds to rake with its weird windy claws, other claws at you. Or I guess it kind of like brings you up and tries to bite down into you with its beak. Either way, you take 15 points of damage. And it's going to make us... and at that point, the raven flies up and tries to peck at you. Fortunately, the first attack misses. Unfortunately, the second attack... strikes, but buffets against your dragon skin coat and does not manage to connect.
Nice.
Get a load of them scales, you fuck.
All three of you are now being held aloft by miniature storms. And yeah, right now that is the end of that round of combat. Corzin.
Yep.
You are being held aloft 40 feet in the air in the middle of the street by a weird bat wind elemental.
With another one pummeling on me.
With the dragonfly pummeling you.
Is the one that grabbed me the one I cast Hunter's Mark on?
Yes.
Alright. I see how it is.
It took that personally.
You what, sorry?
It took that personally.
Yes, I'm sure it did. Alright, would I have disadvantage if I were to shoot a blunderbuss at it at this range?
I mean, no, because blunderbusses specifically you can attack. Blunderbuss will have disadvantage from the rain, but
From the rain?
yeah,
okay.
it's more to do with wetting your gun than.
I was more thinking the slug shot at this range would probably be the most damaging.
It's still
thing.
black powder based, is the problem.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what? For the amount of damage dealing potential here, I've got to go for it.
Do it.
Okay.
Yep. Okie dokie. So, slug shot, point blank. Oh! I rolled an 18 and a 17 on the dice, so that makes
that
it a 27.
You just bring the blunderbuss, point it right up at the bat's face, and fire the shot through. Roll damage.
Nice.
Okay, so we've got
Is this
3d6.
this is death, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, yes, it is. So it's actually no. This is dishonor rather than death.
Yeah.
So this is technically a magical weapon.
Yep.
Worth noting.
Okay, so 3d6 plus 6 first off. Oh yeah, that is 21 off the bat with Hunter's Mark for a further 3, so that's 24 total.
Okay, that is a little bit more effective. As the shot blasts straight through its head, it does start to reform it, but it looks like it's having to pull wind from elsewhere. This bat is not looking. It still looks like it's got a fair bit of fight left in it, but it is not looking. It's looking seriously injured by that, and also it wasn't able to easily deflect the bullet in the same way that it was the pistol shots.
Good. Boom.
Looks as
You
though
bit off more than you can chew.
it kind of at you. It's not really capable of making more sound. There's like a crackle of sort of thunder from it. In anger.
If it were to drop me, what am I directly above?
The cobbled street.
Okay, 40. That's a long way, especially for someone this small. Okay, we'll see how this goes.
Actually, according to because of the way mass works, it's technically slightly better for you than it would be for Celestia, but not significantly enough to reduce damage.
No, true. Okay, I think that's all I can do this round.
Do you have a bonus action?
I do, but I want to maintain Hunter's Mark on this thing.
It doesn't cost an bonus action to do that.
Okay,
It's just up. Like I think is it concentration?
It is concentration.
yeah, it is
Do you want to
concentration.
roll me a concentration check, please, for getting pummeled?
Yeah, that's true. Okay,
Forgot about that.
con, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a 16.
Yep, you hold it. And yeah, if you want to make a bonus action attack, you can. Like, you've got
Oh, excellent.
melee
Okay,
weapons
in
and stuff.
which case then, I will attack with one of my sabers.
Okay, which one?
That's going to be... Actually, it would be death, because we've established that works.
Okay.
So that would be a 27 then.
Yeah, that hits. Roll damage.
Okay, that is 11 slashing damage and a further 6 from the Hunter's Mark, so 17.
Okay, so 17. Yeah, this thing is starting to look, well, not bloodied, but winded.
Yep. Okay.
As you slash through it and destabilize its form for a moment. Okay, that's going to bring us to Celestia. Celestia, it is relevant for you to know that you are currently within 25 feet of Corzin, but not Scamp.
Am I within 60 feet of Scamp? Sorry, I realised that.
You are within 60 feet of
It's on my
Scamp.
mouth that I'm on the radio.
Yes, you are within 60 feet of Scamp.
Okay, cool. I mean, that means something for me,
Yeah.
genuinely.
You are all currently grappled, so your speed is currently 0 until you escape your grapples.
Okay.
And also you're being held aloft by flying monsters.
How far away are the people who went into the house? Like ages, but I want to know like how far.
Including downward distance, I'm going to say it's like 50 feet to the front door.
Okay.
The equivalent third story would be just like 30 feet away.
But the front door and the room where they went to is like 50 feet.
Yeah.
Confusion doesn't specify that I have to be able to see the point where it's going to.
Is it area of effect?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It would be a guess. Like it's 10-foot radius sphere.
Okay.
So I don't know if it would fill like a room that they're in, but I mean, if I can
I would
guess where they are, could I try?
Give me if you want to. I mean, if you want to do a general perception check, it's a bonus action. But if you want to do just trying to see if you can tangle like them, just give it. You can take a free perception check because it's more about like, can you see through a window to like a point where you can kind of like guess.
Well, I saw where they went in.
You saw where they went in. I'm thinking line of effect as a line of sight is the question because there are solid barriers in the way.
Fair. It says a point I choose rather than a point I can see, but like up to you.
I mean, you can clearly visualize the point behind the door, so.
That's like your DM call. I'm not trying to wheedle.
I guess I'm going to ask for a perception check to model your ability to internally measure.
That's the thing.
space.
Like I'm aware that
Yeah.
it might be a bit iffy
Like,
because
yeah,
I'm not sure
I can.
where they
I
are.
mean, look, I can let Scamp teleport to places to behind doors if they've never seen it with a check. So like you can do that.
Cool. What check was it?
Perception.
That's a 21.
Yeah, you can. You're pretty sure you can visualize the position behind the door. How far behind the door do you want to center this?
Preferably 10 feet, I think.
Cool.
So that if it was an average size room, it might be somewhere in the middle.
Got it. Okay.
And 10 feet from the door will cover like a modicum of where they could have gone.
Cool.
But like, yeah.
Centered on the ground.
Yeah.
Cool.
It might get no one, but I think I'm willing to try.
That's fair. Okay. That will affect. So that will affect 20 feet behind the door, including the first floor.
Yeah, I think it is 10 foot up as well.
Got it.
Actually, no, I won't center it on the floor. I hadn't thought about up. Is it okay if I center it 10 foot up?
Okay, you'll hit first and second stories.
Yeah.
Then that makes a difference potentially.
Um,
Cool. I might need to roll for each of these to see where. Like, I have a sense of where it is, just where, like, how they're positioned.
Yeah.
Hold on. Actually, no, I can work this out.
Because they would have had to run in.
They would.
have had so much movement.
They wouldn't have had so much movement. Length of the
Depends how big
terrace.
the houses are, yeah.
Okay. That answers that. I'm going to roll some dice.
Okay. I mean, I'll narrate what actually happens rather than just talking about numbers. So, yeah, she's wiggling in the air, held up by elementals. Rainbow Spirit kind of starts pulsing with her fast, panicked breath. She breathes it in and goes, blows it over to the house. And I imagine it goes, I don't know, under the crack in the door is what I'm picturing.
Okay. It does so. You do not know how many. Actually, no, you get feedback on this, don't you? We've established because it's in the concentration effect.
I don't know. It's concentration.
No, it's
but yeah,
we've established
I
at
don't know.
concentration
We have done in
effects.
the
You get
past.
feedback.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, you feel 4 targets take.
Okay, good.
Excellent.
That was some really bad wisdom rolls saves.
Fingers crossed the elementals do something because of it. We hope.
Okay.
Also, because
Yes.
Scamp is less than 60 feet away or
Yep.
within 60 feet,
And visible. Yep.
I'm going to kick up a foot onto the xylophone, ding, and you get a little healing words, my love.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to do your second level because everything's terrifying.
It is.
Ooh.
So that is 9 hit points. So not loads, but
Thank
it's
you.
it's fucking something with where you're at, let's be honest.
9 more than you had.
Yeah.
Yup.
All right. That
It
brings,
might keep you up for the next turn. Potentially, we'll see.
That brings us to Scamp. You're being held 30 feet in the air by a beetle and being pummeled by a moth.
Great. Can I see a window of the house that these people went into?
You can see windows of the house they went into. Are you doing a deliberate check to see if you can spot them?
No, not at the moment.
Then yes, you can see windows into that house.
How many stories is this building?
3 stories.
How far did they have to run to get into the building?
They were at the door, so
Oh, they were out the door, so they could feasibly be anywhere, really. I would like to dimension door into the like second floor.
so like the first floor, like the first one up from ground floor, or the second
No,
floor.
the second floor up.
Cool.
From
So you want to be on the third story?
the second or third floor,
Yeah,
depending on what. Yeah.
up on the third story, the top floor, basically.
Yes.
Okay. You have options. You can go room on the left. Actually, no. Your options are room on the left or stairwell, because this is a terrace.
I mean stairwell because I kind of want to know if they're nearby.
Okay.
Stairwell would be great.
As you cast the spell, there is a momentary flash of light, and then you are not there. The beetle kind of hugs into the space you were in, confused, and you appear on top of a landing. Looking down, you can see a stairwell. You can't see anyone on the. You can't see anyone on the stairs leading from the first floor up to the second floor. But that's all you can see from just like glancing downwards without again taking a bonus action to make perception checks.
I think it might be worth doing at this point. Can I have a little bit of a listen and maybe a move to the top of the stairs and
You
see
can.
if I can figure out where they are?
You can give me a perception check, please.
Why do I keep rolling this dice?
Oh,
that I just
and
can't
actually, just because we're in a high drama situation, as you land, roll 2 d100s and pick whichever you prefer.
Oh yeah.
There was 15 on the perception though. This dice is rolling really well.
Thank
even
you,
though
worth noting.
It's so hard to read. I'm in quite a dim room and it's orange and green.
Oh,
and
no.
It's just like
This was a poor
camouflage.
choice.
Oh no.
Okay. We'll see what that is. That's a 94 on the first one. And the second one is a 41, which Okay, I'm not going for 41.
So what was the other one that was not 41?
Although,
So you're 41
or 90. What was it? It was 94.
or 94. Up to you.
Oh no, that's incredible.
You feel yourself shrinking down or growing up.
What?
Which one do you want?
Oh, actually, that's either is so bad.
Yep.
But it is only the first one's 41 is only to the start of my next turn.
Whereas 94 is for the next minute.
I'm gonna go for 41.
Okay.
That sounds so dumb as I'm reading this, but it is only to the start of my turn, and no one's watching this, are they?
No one's watching this, so very frustratingly, I'm going to give you the result of your perception check, and then and this is going to happen. So,
But I'm miles from my party anyway.
You're miles from
I
your
can't
party
tell them
anyway.
anything.
but it's worth you noting some things. First of all, you glance as you're coming in, you feel an intense surge of energy building up. But you glance down the stairs. You can just make out by looking over the banister. There are some four very confused looking sailors down on the first floor. So they've just climbed up the ground floor stairs and been hit by this thing because the building is 20 foot deep. So actually, Celestia's attack hit the entire first and ground floor. But also, as you glance back out the window, you spot a couple of other things.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. You see in a different alleyway, if you look at the little map, the alleyway where you started, where I put Scamp initially. The next alleyway along, so opposite where the bat started and where Corzin and Celestia kind of ended up in the first round, down there you see a group of 4 figures, one of whom is wearing a female halfling wearing a broad red hat, an orc who I'm going to call Harry for the purposes of this, a tusky-looking male orc, who we're going to call Pork for the purposes of this.
Pork the orc?
Yep.
Pork the orc.
Who's wearing a red jacket, and a couple of individuals with muskets in red as well. So you
Sounds
see
like a game we play at the fun fair.
Yep. So you see a second group, and looking out the window, you see, looking out of a window kind of just over where the press of people being attacked originally by the Hawk and the Raven were, you can see 4 more figures glancing down and watching and overlooking the whole thing. Again, you can see a very muscly human woman with a red sash, who we're going to call Brick. A twitchy-looking male halfling, who we're going to call Trigger, with a red cap. And 2 more red figures with red clothing items, who are wielding muskets. So we're going to call those the window group.
Where are they?
So they are just above. You see that little square bit where I originally put the Hawk and the Raven?
Yep.
They are just above that, on the kind of like on the opposite side from where Celestia was.
Cool.
And looking down and watching the whole thing. So you see all of them just in time to feel everything grow massive, and the next thing you'll feel will be in 1 turn's time, because Scamp turns into a potted plant.
Oh no.
Amazing.
Oh
What?
no, not again.
The other one was real bad, wasn't it? If you went for that.
It wasn't terrible.
It wasn't terrible,
was
it's just really
I
inconvenient.
get bigger for a minute. Like a size bigger.
You become ogre-sized for a minute, which you're
And with
currently...
19 hit points on my own in a house full of enemies, felt really unsubtle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this also means that none of you have any idea where Scamp is.
Also, though, if one of them happens to glance into the room, they'll just see this potted plant there looking all innocent.
Exactly.
Which is amazing.
It's
Like
fine.
rolling around on
No
the
one
floor.
saw it happen, so
Ooh,
I like
boy.
to think I'm sort of like a peace lily.
Aww. With like
How
bits of
calming.
pink. thematic.
Yes, bright pink flowers, which is a little weird.
Very importantly, Celestia is not within 30 feet of any of the other two groups that you just spotted. So that might be important for you, but it's certainly important for me to know that.
No, I'm in the air and haven't dealt with that yet.
Yeah. Well, you haven't seen them yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of Scamp's turn. Now I'm going to find out what the sailors do by rolling some d10s.
They're definitely real sailers. Oh no, the sailors are in the house.
Oh yeah, actually, in
Scarf
fact,
group.
glancing through the air,
potentially
you
not
can't see this. You can't see the scarf lot down the alleyway anymore. They appear to have gone.
Ah.
So, all right, let's deal with this, shall we? So, first one. Okay, that is a 6. I'm asking you because I know you've got the stuff in front of you.
What?
Oh, sorry. Confusion times. So,
Oh yeah, no, I can do that.
Oh, I got it.
No, it's
Okay.
okay. Yeah, doesn't move and takes no actions. Is
Yep.
6.
Scamp does not hear random mumbling and confused, like, there's a potted plant somewhere. There's a potted plant somewhere. Number 2. Okay. Let's find out. Okay. Scamp does not hear someone bump into a door.
Ow!
Okay. Scamp does not hear someone scramble to a window where they can see Celestia and try and take aim.
Ah, bugger! Somebody rolled a 9 or a 10.
Yep. Unfortunately, they're also firing with disadvantage because their guns are still wet.
Ah.
So the shot, you see, so Celestia, you see a window shatter from the first floor of the house, but in fact, Corzin sees this as well. But the bullet misses you, being curved away by the strong winds. And someone else just like starts going, I know what you mean. There's a plant pot somewhere. There's a plant pot. That again, no one is really aware of this because of the pouring rain. Okay. Well, that comedy scene passes, and I guess the elementals are going to have to continue their previous actions. Okay, so let's deal with the one with Bat and Dragonfly first on Corzin. Bat is going to fly 45 feet higher.
Shit.
Taking you up to 85 feet in the air. Actually, no. I know what they do. And another 45 feet. They're going to spend their whole action dashing as per command. So that puts you 130 feet in the air.
Can I see who is directing them from this height?
On your turn, you can make a perception check.
Okay, right.
Unfortunately, there is or you can wait, or possibly on Scamp's turn, Scamp will poke out of a window and shout.
Right.
But that we shall find out. So you are brought higher and higher, and the dragonfly is going to fly after you and try and kill you. So 2 dragonfly attacks. 1.
Can the dragonfly keep up? Surely it needs to dash to keep up.
90-foot fly speed. The bat moves at half speed because it's dragging Corzin.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So the dragonfly flies on afterwards and proceeds to try and punch sort of wing beat the living shit out of Corzin. So that was 1. No, 15 doesn't hit. 19 does.
Yep.
Corzin, you take an additional 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ouch. Okay.
And are now, again, being held aloft even further in the sky. Putting you currently...
How do we get you down?
Currently
No
100 feet
idea.
above Celestia, but not for long. Because it's Celestia time. The hawk is going to do
roll
the
a
same.
Concentration check.
I will
yes, please do.
100% die if I fall.
Oh, damn it. I've lost it. The hunter's mark goes.
The hunter's mark goes. Celestia, you are pulled 110 feet up into the air now, so you're now, still as close to Corzin as you were, so 25 feet from Corzin, if it's relevant. These are just people trying to kill you. And the Raven will also try and peck you. One misses, one hits. You take 12 points of damage from being buffeted by brutal winds.
How much is full damage, just out of interest?
D6 per 10 feet.
Fun.
The relevant
Maxes
question.
out after a while because you'll hit terminal velocity.
Yes. Unfortunately, I know what terminal velocity is, and it takes you about 700 feet to hit it.
All right. Never mind.
Fortunately, there is. It depends on how hard you want to be with the science. But I also work on the rule that unless it massive damages you, the drop won't necessarily kill you instantly. It needs to do enough damage to take you into minus your total hit point score.
Right. Yeah.
Because cinematic rules. Okay. So then. Fuck it. Beetle and Moth are going to carry on with their original orders. There's no sign that, so they don't know where Scamp is at this point. They're going to return to attacking the group near Tabby and Co. Although Tabby and Co.'s group with the reprieve are currently. Oh, actually no. Sod it. Let's give Tabby a moment. You look. You see down and you hear a tiny voice shouting, "Right, they've given us a moment. Everyone, ready? Both of those bastards, aim, fire!" And they're going to pull a barrage.
I love her.
Nice.
So, yeah, sort it. The total damage of this would be cool. Each of you, please roll 2d6.
2d6, okay.
I'll roll another 2d6.
7.
Also 7.
14.
4.
Okay. 18, 24 total
Craps
damage. Let's roll some dex saves for them. Okay. Right. Okay. It's somewhat reduced because these things are resistant to damage, but the beetle and the moth both do take damage from the hail of gunshot. So that's something at least. On the bright side, yeah, Tabby has organised the militia. As you can see, various members are now running together and forming a unit to fight against them. Which also attracts the ire of the beetle and moth, who turn their attentions to try and attack that group. Both of them are actually going to smash down into the middle of them and turn into tornadoes, running through the group. Various members are thrown left, right, and centre. Clashing into each other, smacking into the dirt. I'm just going to roll total damage for the sake of seeing against Tabby's hit points. Okay, Tabby is thrown against a wall, coughing blood, but staggering, manages to pick herself up. She's not looking great, but she's still alive. Okay, that brings... They're focusing. No, they're going to trust to this. Okay. Cool. And that's what's going to happen there. Brings us to the top of the round. Corzin. You're 130 feet up in the air.
Yeah. The other one is close by, isn't it, though?
Yep, both of them are in melee with you, essentially.
Okay, I'm going to ask a potentially complicated question here now, but it's based on the idea that if I do actually succeed in taking down this this air elemental, what are my immediate options? So, is the other air elemental close enough that it's functionally speaking in melee with me?
It is.
Right, okay. What I'm going to attempt to do is I'm going to attempt to attack the air elemental that is currently grappling me.
Yep.
If I can do it without expending all of my attack actions, I'm going to spend my last one to try and grapple the other air elemental so I don't fall to my death.
Okay, you're going to try and ride it like a hog.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so, scimitars. Also, I've still got holy oil on my blades. Does that have an effect on these?
Roll a quick religion or arcana check.
It's only on dead, isn't it?
Religion is marginally better. Actually, no, it's the same. Okay, that's a 12?
From what you understand, this is meant... holy oil works against demons and the undead.
Right, fair enough. Just checking. Okay, so, anyway, attacking with my scimitar. Alright, the first one's going to be 24.
Yeah, that hits. You carve into the air. Corzin Horhace, fighting the storm.
Literally. Okay, that's 8 slashing damage. And the second attack is 13. I don't think that's going to hit.
13... 13 does not, and Scamp is in no way in sight. So,
Okay. Final one. How's it looking before I do this final
well,
one?
roll the damage for the first one, please, and then I'll tell you.
Oh, well, the damage for the first one was 8 slashing.
Oh, 8 slashing. Got it, because you dropped
Yeah.
the thing. Sorry, I missed that. So that takes it to... Okay, it's looking a bit beaten up, but unless this is a cracking hit, it ain't going to drop it.
Okay.
This last one.
Final one then. That is a 21.
Yeah, that hits. Roll damage.
Okay. For another 8 slashing damage.
Okay, the bat is... it is wavering. It is barely kind of holding itself together, but it's still just about able to keep hold of you.
How much more you got left?
It roars in response. Okay, Celestia.
I am struggling for a move here. You'll have seen me fishing through my notebook.
I gotta
while you've been
admit, I
doing all
thought
of
Scamp
that.
would be in action at this point. when I planned this fight. Did you roll a
I
concentration?
didn't. Let me do that.
Just worth mentioning, it's only, I think, difficulty 10, so...
15.
Yeah, you're
It's
fine. Cool, I just wanted to make sure your
I
confusion was
might
stopped.
drop confusion anyway.
Okay.
Because I think I need to not be this far in the air, to be
Okay.
honest. And Celestia thinks that everybody who's casting the spells is in the house.
Yep.
So, basically, she's gonna take a breath in. The rainbow spirit comes back to her. I'm dropping the confusion.
Downstairs. Ah, what the...
Yeah, it flares out of her hair. Mantle of Majesty.
Okay.
And I'm going to do a command on the elemental, and I'm going to point at the house, and I'm going to say, in!
Oh!
Nice.
Okay.
2 fucking birds with 1 stone if it worked.
Okay. Command is taken.
Yes.
Okay.
So it works.
It works. Okay. So,
It's very exciting. The confusion
you-
also drops, so good luck. But
as
yeah.
the rainbow spirit comes back to you, you flare out. There is a flash of rainbow light, and with a crackling from above.
Are we pulling the shit? Is it time? What do you think?
Up to you if it's time. Yeah, I'm just setting something
Not
up.
quite,
Not
I
quite.
don't think. No.
There is, however, a strike of slightly rainbow-tinted lightning that hits the elemental holding Celestia, passing through it seemingly harmlessly, but giving it a kind of rainbow-themed vibe that is reflecting off Celestia.
Yeah, I'm going to say, as well as the usual rainbow flare out of her hair, the veins glow up. Ala Ray's dead as well.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, so you you got that command down. Is that action to cast Mantle of Majesty?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a bonus action to cast command with Mantle of Majesty.
Majesty. Cool.
That's
like,
the thing.
Does it give, I mean, movement doesn't really help anyone right now.
What do you mean?
Is Mantle of Majesty the one that gives you free movement as well to
No.
your allies? That's separate.
No, separate thing. Yeah, that's a Mantle of Inspiration. Slightly different ability.
Oh, No,
Yeah.
those are totally 2 different abilities. Thank you.
Don't worry, you're all good.
Many mantles.
Many mantles.
There are a lot of mantles in Glamour Bard.
All
that's
about
fair.
your cloaks in Glamour Bard.
Yeah.
It's all about the costume. Right. Okay, so as you let loose your terrible glamour, you are pretty good. Okay, that brings us to the start of Scamp's round.
So, where do I end up? Help.
So you end up somewhere on the Elemental's turn.
Okay, cool.
It will carry out your action when it
But
comes
it
around to their
starts
turn.
moving.
Yes.
Cool.
Ignoring any other commands. Okay. So as Celestia gives this command, Scamp, you pop back into existence with a weird taste
no.
of like dirt and ceramic in your mouth,
Oh.
and find yourself on the top floor of this house. Glancing out of the window, you can still see the people you saw before. You can't see Corzin and Celestia until you look out and up.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
I will use the message stones.
Yep.
'Cause that seems sensible. And describe where the other people are that I can see.
Okay, yeah. So this is, as we've established before, in combat, it's a bonus action to use them because it's free action to shout. But I can see why, under the circumstances, you might not. Lots of wind, rain, and distance.
It's a lot far away as well.
Yeah. Oh, and also you're like 100 feet in the air. You both
There's
of
a
you.
house full of mages who don't know I'm here yet.
Yeah. So you message both. You message them describing one in the window over the little courtyard, and one group down the alley, opposite where you are currently being held in the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you have movement and action. You caught a glimpse of the 4 figures down below before, so you can, glancing over the banister now, you can see that 3 of them. Actually, no, wait, they moved. They all moved in weird directions. So, you can see 2 of them are screaming at each other about a plant pot, and then saying, "There's a fucking plant pot!" What the hell are we doing? As they snap out of it. You vaguely hear someone go, "Oh my God!" from downstairs. Where they walked into a door. You don't know where the 4th person is.
Okay. So the 4th person has left that room.
The 4th person has left. I mean, it's not really the room. They've gone into a room because what you can see is the hallway. Like you can see the stairwell. It's one of those like ones that like wraps around on itself, like stair landing, stair landing.
Do I think they're probably all in the room on the floor below?
You're not sure. You can see 2 on the first floor landing. You can't tell where one is, although they were complaining about their nose, and you can't. But you can. Or actually, can't tell where 2 of them are. You do know that there is a room similar to the one on this floor, 1 floor below you. Like it's basically each floor story in this terrace is. Bit of stair, single room. Bit of stair, single room. Bit of stair, single room.
Okay.
You're in some sort of bedroom.
How tall are the ceilings?
Like less than 10 feet. Like each story is 10 feet, but there's like crawl space and shit in between.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh. I've only got one area of effect thing. And it's very messy.
Maybe messy is good
I'm not
at this
sure
point.
how it would work. I mean, problem is it's going to go messy upwards as well. It's a 20-foot radius
It is.
sphere.
Yes, it's going to cast on the first floor. It will total the entire house.
That might be helpful.
You are
But
in
I'm
the house.
in the
That's
house.
true. You are in the house.
I am in my own range then.
There is not really a way to safely fireball here.
What about the other house?
The house across the street, yes, you could try and fire a fireball into that room.
Well, that sounds like it's worth doing.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see how it goes in a confined space. Sod it. I do think those people are enemies, don't I? They match.
They seem to be wearing the
scarves.
same red scarves and things.
Cool. This is going to have to be 4th level because I'm out of 3rds.
Oh boy. So you're hitting what I'm going to call the window group.
Yes.
Got it.
The window group. Ugh.
Yeah, they're like probably 50 feet away, so well within fireball range. 50 feet because you're actually at the same story as they are.
Excellent. Let's make a mess.
You just lean, you just pull the window up a little, lean through.
What does 4th give me? Is
Sorry,
that
I'm on
just
my
one
phone
extra?
so much, by the
One
way. I'm
extra.
Googling spells.
Oh no, that's fine.
Okay, not great. Maths. And one more.
28. It's not great.
Still 28, which means they have a... Well, they need to roll... First of all, they need to roll some dex saves. That would have been sensible, Jason.
What does it do to the room as well?
Oh yeah, I'm going to describe that in a moment. So let's do these...
Oh no!
Let's do these one at a time. So...
Warren's description. This is a problem.
Yeah. So to start with, let's... You are... Okay, so first one. You got crazy... Yeah, you got crazy DC these days, don't you? 18, yep.
18, yeah.
Okay.
And very charismatic.
Okay, so that means two... Let me
I'm a
just...
god, don't you know?
Need to roll these. Where's my other deeds? Okay. As the two... so the first thing that happens is that you lean out, revealing your position, shoot a thin beam, a thin little orange bead that shines brightly, sailing through the air, and... So the window is currently closed, which means it hits the window and then detonates. 20 feet back into the house, 20 feet down, 20 feet up. So 28 damage, fire damage, is not quite enough to completely destroy the structural integrity of the house. Because a lot of it is brick as well as wood. And some of the timbers are pretty thick. But what it does do is it completely guts the structural integrity. As the whole thing goes up in a sea of flames. Oh boy. Okay, so let me just make some quick notes about damage here. Goodness. All right, so you see two of the figures as the ball approaches, throw themselves in front of the other two and shove them back, taking more of the damage than their
It goes
than their
round
companions
corners.
would.
It does.
This
It's
is
still going to hurt them.
It's
in the description. It's great. And it's why I didn't do it in my own building.
It does. I am describing the fluff for a special ability here.
Fair enough.
They throw
fun.
themselves over their companions, shielding them from some of the blast and taking more themselves. So that has some interesting side effects for them. The two... so as the red-orange ball expands through, it incinerates the first and second floors. Walls crack, windows blow outwards, an entire, a once reasonably nice leather armchair is flung out of a window and into the street,
So sad.
flaming and smoking.
I feel bad about the armchair.
The floorboards are now full of holes, and yes, the building is on fire, which is a bit of a problem. You see two of the air elementals seem to flicker for a moment, but then resume holding steady as the bindings keep pace.
Boo.
Specifically, the dragonfly and the moth.
Which are the ones with me?
So the dragonfly is on course. Is dragonfly and the moth? Well, the moth was currently attacking Tabby's group along with the beetle, formerly holding Scamp, and the dragonfly was holding, was punching and pummeling Corzin.
Yeah, because the bat's holding me.
Yeah,
The
bat's holding
dragonfly's
you
pummeling me.
at this moment, at least. Okay, so yeah, that's what happens to them. I think that's all of your actions, Scamp. Do you want to use movement? Are you happy on the first on the top story?
I'd like to duck out of easy view of the window since I can't really see my friends to help them.
You do that. That's fair. That is a reasonable reaction. Okay. Okay. So I'm trying to think what the best use here is. What would they best do? So, Scamp, you kind of duck down below the window. You hear a bit of scuffling downstairs, and one of the sailors, seemingly sailors, holding a musket, comes up and sees you, as they come up the stairs, locks eyes with you for a moment, and calls down, "Oh shit, it's the Tiefling kid!" And then runs.
Oh, no, it's not.
You
No,
hear,
no, it's not.
So,
It's someone else.
okay, so two things happen. The first thing that happens is that almost everyone runs downstairs, and you hear the sound of a back door opening.
Oh, but
But one person stays behind a moment, and you see they're one of the sailors with pistols. They pull from a pocket a thin scroll, metallic scroll, with a dense-looking, intricate combination of major metals on it. Hold it up for a moment. See it. Point it at you, and you see it glow.
How far away are they?
I guess in order to see you, they must be within like 20 feet of you when they cast this.
Okay, well let's counterspell that.
And counter the counterspell
Oh no.
as they flick up a counterspell. To your
Okay, well
counterspell.
I have to count because I've run out of levels.
Okay.
I'm going to probably have to do this at 5th level.
Okay, so they have to count.
Unless they have to roll,
They have
unless
to
they're
roll.
casting at a higher level.
So they need to get what, 15?
Yep.
And this is this straight intelligence?
Just their
check?
modifier.
Just
yeah, straight
intelligence.
basically.
Son of a bitch. Okay, that does it then. They try and counter your counterspell, but you pour enough energy into it that although they raise up a hand and try and slash through it, their power, the power is enough that that despite their attempt to unbind your unbinding spell, it punches through it and strikes the spell they were attempting to cast. You see an orb of ice starting to form in front of them, which just crumbles into snowflakes, avoiding a fuck ton of damage. They spit a curse at you and run. But you do hear one other voice cast something where they don't need to see you, just as they're going. This would be I'm just thinking what they would do here. This would be got it. Paxton. Who is it? Paxton, Kilo Alpha Niner. Strike coordinates 42.59, 46.42. Full artillery barrage. They cast ascending. And you hear in the distance. You're
Oh
not the only
dear.
one who can call airstrikes. A series of round shots smash into the building where Scamp is. Scamp, I need you to roll dexterity save, please.
I'm going to use tides.
Yeah, that
I
seems fair.
don't know that this is going to be enough to help. 16.
Okay, that's going to halve the damage.
Oof, that might make a
I don't
serious
know if
difference.
that's going to make a difference.
A lot
Okay.
of dice, friends.
Okay. It's probably no, that maybe not.
nearly
So
there.
that halves to 19.
That is my hit points.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
So, and because of the base damage, so this is a little bit more effective. Corzin and Celestia, you see a rain of round shots strike the house, collapsing the second and first stories into a pile of rubble.
I'm so sad for whoever's house this is.
Yeah.
Someone on the street, my house!
Oh no.
Like, stop focusing on your house and focus on shooting the evil wind. Yes, Mom.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that house is totaled, and Scamp is currently at 0 hit points. You can just see a pinkish arm and tail poking out of the rubble. Right.
Which I am speeding towards on an air elemental.
Which, that being the end of their turn, yes, it's the elemental's turn, and the first one to act is the hawk, currently holding Celestia, who just speeds straight down.
The instruction I gave it was in. Pointing
Okay.
at the house.
God, in is going to be interesting. You were 110 feet up, so I guess following that instruction, it barrels through a window, taking you into the ground floor.
Isn't that rubble now?
The top 2 floors are rubble.
Okay,
the ground floor
cool.
is like groaning under the weight, but weirdly still holding.
That will do.
There is a wreckage. You can see like rain filtering through the wreckage of the stairwell. So you can get up to the first. But yeah, because the wording was in, it brings you in and then ends its turn. Okay. Oh boy, the raven flies after, following its last command, but that's all it can do. Because by the time it, because it gets there. No, because you're kind of going like, because it got you all the way to the ground because it dashed to get you there. It's just beyond the 90-foot range, so it gets down to the other side of the window, and then oh wait, no, it's fucking air elemental flies in and kind of swirls around you, but it can't attack. All it can do is get into your space.
Yeah.
So there's currently a hawk and a raven kind of like fighting for your space.
And it's kind of not holding me anymore.
But it's not hold. You just said in.
Up to you, though. I'm just clarifying for what I do next, that's all.
Let me just check because the command spell has some specific instructions on this.
It doesn't have to have let me go. It's up to you.
I think that might be a drop command.
There is a drop command. There's also in is not.
In does not imply drop, so it's still holding you. You're still grappled, but you could give it a drop command as a bonus action on your next turn. Okay, so you're still held by the hawk until you escape, and the raven is like with you, but has used up its movement getting there. Okay. I'm trying to think about what orders those two could have given. They couldn't see you. They haven't had time to give a new order yet. So I guess the beetle and moth continue attacking the soldiers until next turn, because their commanders haven't given them
They haven't been told to do anything different.
they haven't been told to do anything different yet. So their turn is not wasted. They're still trying to kill people.
Oh, they're still killing people on our side, yeah.
Oh yeah. And speaking of people they're trying to kill on your side, you watch as one of them picks up Tabby and flings her against a wall. You see her sink to the ground, breathing shallowly. Tabby is currently incapacitated. And I'll just keep track of Tabby's death saves. while this is happening. Because war's war. Okay, there's also a bunch of other people flung left, right, and centre, but you don't know them. Then it's time for Corzin's lot. So, the dragonfly is going to try and take a couple of swings at you, Corzin.
Okay.
Which hit.
Damn.
So, okay, you take a total of 23 points of bludgeoning damage. How are you doing?
Okay. I am definitely below half hit points, but still up.
And then the bat drops you.
23. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Okay.
So, let me get my d6s for this.
Is it weird that I'm almost glad that happened because I was worried it would take him higher?
Okay, so that is... So that's actually...
Can't try and grapple one of them as a reaction as I fall, can I?
It's not really a... I mean, I guess you can... I suppose you get an opportunity attack because you are leaving their space. But
But it's forced movement.
it's forced movement, so not really, no.
Gravity.
Yeah, gravity,
That was a
unfortunately.
heartless bitch.
So it's... Okay, 14 thus far. It's not actually looking that bad.
Okay.
13d6 isn't as bad as it could be.
So many T6s.
So 14, 25, 8, 36. Okay, you take a surprisingly survivable 38 points of bludgeoning, falling damage.
Okay.
I'm going to say as you fall, I'm trying to think of the best the way to describe what might happen. As you fall, you hit the raven going down, like as it's following after Celestia. It doesn't take any damage, but it buffets and slows your movement enough that that when you hit the ground,
Yep.
you feel like you might have dislocated something, and you definitely heard some ribs creak. But halfling luck might have made this survivable, because I assume you're not at 0 hit points.
I am not. I am
Well
at
done.
5 hit points.
Oh, hello.
The bat then spends its entire movement getting 40 feet away from you, above you,
Okay.
as it flies down to go and finish you off on its following turn. Oh boy! Okay. At this point, the fire starters. Whew, how rumbled are they feeling? That's the question. They know you're dangerous. One of you just got a building collapsed on you. One of you is down. But they fought you before. They know what you're like. Okay. One of the ones in the alleyway, then, I think, is going to... What's the best weapon to use here? Okay, one of the ones in the alleyway is going to run out. They can't really see Celestia, I guess. They can see Corzin. So they're going to... actually, no. What am I talking about? Their soldiers are going to come forward with them and are going to take some shots at Corzin. Because disadvantage is disadvantage
I'm prone
anyway.
Still, so
Yeah, disadvantage doesn't stack, unfortunately.
yeah.
Which is for the best, because one of those was a natural 2. So, so one shot smacks against the ground next to you. The next is a 14. You just about pull yourself out of the way of that as that hits you. One of the two behind curses as and you see the tusky-looking pork go. Sweet Regent, how has he survived that? The halfling.
We're too stupid to know when we're dead.
The halfling with the broad red hat goes, "Don't worry. We'll finish them off for what they did to Echo's group." And flicks a hand as they gesture with their mage rings. A clear fizzing globule appears in their palm and shoots forward. And I'm pretty sure this is just an attack roll against you, so is with disadvantage though, because you're prone. What's their spell attack? Okay, that is a 17, so that does hit.
Beats it, yeah.
Okay, you are you're smashed on the floor. You're barely holding it together, and then someone covers you in acid.
Oh.
So there's actually a chance you might survive this.
I hope so.
It's not a high chance, but it could happen. Theoretically. Okay, so the first 2 of those were actually 1s. Oh my goodness, 3 of those were 1s.
What?
Unfortunately, the 4th one was a 3, so you take 6 points of acid damage and are knocked to 0 hit points.
1 over.
So
God damn it.
I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to be 4 1s. It's Corzon's luck. Kind of surviving against acid to the face.
That would have been obscene halfling luck at that point. Like,
At that point, if I was the enemy, I would just leave. Like,
some of the enemy have already left. Some of them are already buggering off.
Yeah, but if someone fell from like 100 feet and I threw acid in their face and they were fine.
Oh yeah, no. There's a moment where like Corzin starts picking himself up and this look of genuine fear before just eyes roll back and sizzling and he hits the floor.
Do I see that?
You do.
Face down.
Okay. What's the other one gonna do? They can't really see you, so okay. They are going to. No, that spells concentration. Can't do it. Can't do that. Can't do that. Oh, they've got a lot. They've really not got a lot of spells they can reliably use. Oh wait. They are going to. The other one is going to cast the message cantrip, and then they're going to move back into the alleyway. Okay. That's group 2 done. Okay. All right. I can think of the nastiest thing that I'd do in this situation, and they want revenge.
Eat.
Oh no, there are nastier things, but so someone has been watching this whole thing, who has up to this point not been seen. As the scrambled mass of soldiers that have been firing against the elementals scatter under the whirlwinds going after them. You see a couple of ordinary-looking people running desperately as if down the street, and then through the house, they pause and look in through the window, and you see a perfectly like an ordinary-looking pair of human women, and one of them looks in, sees you.
Who's you?
Celestia.
I know you're looking at me, but we're an audio medium.
The sees you, Celestia, because everyone else is currently down, and raises a red-gloved hand, saluting. "This is for my teammates," says Echo. "Roll a wisdom save."
Ooh. That is good, actually. It might not be enough for Echo, but that's good for me. It's 18.
Echo's good, but she's not 5 ability point plus 5 ability points good. You feel an icy will try to dominate your own, try to just seize control of your actions. And as you feel that kind of cold go down your body, you shake it off. She frowns. Well, fuck.
I'm going to wait till my turn to respond.
She doesn't. She turns to her companion. Shoot her. She's going to take a shot at you. Yeah, with disadvantage. That was a dirty 20. Okay. You take 14 point... No, sorry. That's not right. You take 11 points of percussive damage. As you get a glancing blow. They then both move to either side of the window to at least give them cover, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Always the arrogance move that exposes you. Group 3, the group who are up in the windows, cough and splutter. They're not doing... That was not a great experience for them.
The building is still on fire. Unless someone's taken the time to put it out.
That is a concern of theirs, yes.
Oh dear.
So, at this point, then... I think, what are they going to do? Actually, I think they're probably going to use their entire movement to get out of the burning building. So, all 4 of them are going to dash down. And actually, out and into the street as well. So you see 4 figures with red clothing items come out onto the sort of the opposite end of the street from where the now collapsing building is, as opposed to the burning building. I'm going to say, for the sake of simplicity, that they are like 60 feet away. Okay. Which brings us to the top of the round. Corzin, roll a death save. Oh, sorry, I need to roll a death save for Tabby as well. Okay.
That's a 14.
1 success.
Good.
Now it comes to Celestia.
Okay. Bloody elemental is such a problem. It's still got me, hasn't it?
Yep.
Don't technically need to move. It's just kind of more fun if I do. Well, for a start, almost without thinking, ding, xylophone, healing word for Scamp. Because as far as she's aware, Scamp's been down for longer than Corzin and is covered in house.
Yep, and you know where Scamp is, so you can do that. Scamp, you come to consciousness covered in house.
Yep. So hang on, I'm going to do a little 2nd level healing word. And that's another 9 hit points. Congratulations.
Lovely.
You have to really pull to get your arm out. It's trapped under a bit of rubble, but you manage.
Someone dropped a house on me.
Oh, God, how angry am I? I'm pretty angry. But this is going to be a problem with elementals. Hugely. Sorry, I'm weighing something up, whether to pull some shit or not. What do you think, dramatically?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time, isn't it? I wanted a second opinion. So...
You can see the sky from where you are.
In a moment that will be very familiar to you if you were here all the way back at the Assyrian episode.
Actually, I just want to say, because of the collapsed building, there's actually a patch of open air directly above you.
Helpful. Oh. Okay, thank you. I assumed I could kind of see out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I'm seeing the sky is directly above you.
Okay. So yeah, in a moment that will be familiar to you if you were here for the Assyrian episode, Celestia just looks at where she thinks this person is who's just tried to dominate her and just goes, "You do not tell me what to do." And brings the guitar round to the front of her, raises an arm up in the air as though to play it in the very dramatic sort of Freddie Mercury style. And as that happens, Rainbow Spirit comes out of the end of the fingers and goes way up into the clouds as a bolt of lightning. And something mental happens, so get excited.
Yay!
So basically...
I am excited.
For a start, the storm clouds appear to coalesce around the rainbow spirit as though it's in control of them. There's sort of the flash. You know when you see a flash of lightning across the clouds? That's in rainbows, basically.
Oh,
And Celestia flashes up in rainbows too. The white hair sort of burns as though with rainbow fire and turns rainbow, as do her eyes, as do some of the veins around her face, like along her jawline, along her cheekbones, her brow. And yeah, her eyes glow up rainbow, and she raises this hand up, strikes down the guitar, and I'm going to cast Call Lightning.
yes!
Okay, as you...
Because Jason gave me license to do things at our impending level up
As you
for this fight.
strike
And
the-
fucking She-Ra music plays. That's what fucking happens.
As you strike the chord, a bolt of slightly rainbow-tinted lightning smashes into the cobblestones just outside of the house. Oh boy! So roll 4d10 lightning damage.
Yes, because there is already a storm, so I get an extra one. It's very exciting.
They're going to roll some dex saves.
I will do it at its regular level because it's the first time I'm doing it, and that
Yep.
feels right. I would do it at a higher level if it wasn't in this fight, to be honest, but as it is. Hang on, none of my dice are d10s, and I need them all to be d10s.
Do you need
You
some
know when you're
D10s?
looking and none of the dice are the dice that you need somehow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's fucking decent, that is. Hello. So 10, 19, 29.
Ooh.
Okay.
29 damage.
Just doing a bit of
The
calculation.
Mantle of Majesty also drops, which is a problem, but like, fuck it.
Yeah, you lose the command because you concentrate on that, don't you? To keep that.
Yes. Yeah, Mantle of Majesty is concentration.
Yeah, cool. But there is a blast of lightning that smashes into the pavement outside. You hear a cry as it strikes between the two figures. One of them hurls herself aside. The other gets lightning straight down the side, leaving blackened, burning mess. And okay.
Yeah, if you're close to Celestia, you would notice that this is different from previous rainbow flares that have come out of Celestia's hair in that it stays afterwards. If you're very close to Celestia, you would notice that it's also in her eyebrows and eyelashes.
Eyelash lightning sounds lovely.
I imagine everybody's
eyelash
hair is
rainbows.
sticking up on end right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's the end of your turn.
Yes, I've done
Yep.
everything.
You're still
I
held.
do have movement.
You don't. You're
I
held.
don't have movement, I'm grappled. Cool, I'll stay there.
Okay, that brings us to Scamp. Scamp, you are currently lying in a pile of rubble on what is now the first floor.
Oh well.
How far away is Corzin?
You can see Corzin down as the Marjorie would fly if she was not a pug. I'm not sure where Marjorie and Jeffrey are during this. Marjorie's probably not doing a lot because she's a pug. Up to you.
Marjorie's probably still at the other fight because her little legs can't get her here fast enough.
There's a good chance that Jeffrey might be protecting Marjorie.
She's still running. She'll get here just as we leave.
So sad.
But just thinking about where I dropped him in the street. I'm going to say like 25 feet from you now that the build now that it's a bit lower. 20 at a push.
Okay. I will get as close as I can then.
I mean, you're going to need to. I mean, like you might be able to make it with an athletics check if you want to hurl yourself off the building to get to him, because you're going to need to drop off the building either way.
The stairs completely gone?
Oh, the stairs aren't completely gone. It's just, but I'm saying as the like, if you were to come off the building and go towards Corzin, then he's like 20, 25 feet.
Just picturing you like throwing a healing potion and hoping it gets to him. There you go.
Check the range of
It
something.
can be used as a salve. We've established this, but I think it would have to be like applied rather than just chucked in the vague direction.
Thrown. He's so sad.
Splash.
I've got a thing. I've got a magic stick.
You do.
A stick.
Its aid is 30 feet.
Okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
You hurriedly raise the magic stick and chant the little things that Corzin taught you in So Again.
Oh, this is the other one. That's the
that's
statue.
the
I've got
statue.
a statue and a magic stick.
Where did we get the
Statue
magic
just
stick
does
from?
skill wounds, which I have no memory of where we got the magic
I
stick.
think the magic stick we also took from some So Again.
Yeah.
Maybe some
possibly.
other ones. Yeah.
Wasn't that the...
How far away... Oh, go ahead, Corzin.
I was going to say, wasn't it the Sauergen that attacked the Kraken's bone?
Yes, you took it from Alan and Barry.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Achlan and Barry. Anyway. Yes.
How far away is Tabby?
Roll luck check.
9.
Tabby has been flung 40 feet away.
I can't get within 30 feet of Tabby, can I?
Not unless you want to jump off the building.
I've got 9 hit points. I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, then Tabby will have to survive on her own for this round.
How far away would I be if I went down the stairs?
The stairs are like kind of the opposite way a bit. So like if you got up, which takes half your movement,
Yeah,
you're
I'm going to
prone.
get like 2 of the stairs pretty much.
you'd basically get down the stairs. You get up like maybe next to Celestia and thus in an air elemental.
Okay, I'll leave Tabby out. I feel bad. Okay, but I can do up to 3 creatures. So
Yep.
I will do myself, Celestia, and Corzin.
Yeah, you can see Celestia
You're
through the
a
hole in the
babe.
roof.
You get 5 hit points to your maximum.
Do you also get like 5 hit points onto what you have?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, increases
cool.
your current,
Current
and
and
your
maximum.
maximum.
I know that's like a weird question, but
Yeah,
No,
current
it's a
and
valid
maximum.
question, and yes,
It's
very grateful.
yeah, because otherwise Corzin's still unconscious.
Yeah.
The
I
stolen
thought
power.
so, but I wasn't sure.
The stolen power of the eel spirit infuses you. As Corzin, you open your eyes. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Well, you actually would have immediately failed a death save on your turn from the acid, but the acid has now worn off. So huzzah!
Ah, good, okay.
So you ignore that failed death save from the acid arrow.
Oh, yeah.
You're fine. The intense
So I'd have
rain
had one
washes
of
the
each
rest off.
then, rather than a success.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no. I wouldn't even have rolled it, because I was just taking damage.
Yeah. You still roll it. Either way,
Oh. Well,
either
I'm
way,
up now
it doesn't
anyway.
matter now. You're up now. You open your eyes, just
Lovely.
the rain on your face.
Oh, I forgot to ask you. Is
Hmm?
there anyone else within 5 feet of my lightning strike? I imagine not.
Just those two.
Yeah. Oh, the 2. That's what I was thinking. I didn't realise it would hit both of them. Amazing.
Can I see the ones what got hit by lightning?
I'm going to say, yeah, you can, because they've just thrown themselves either side of it. So you can see 2 people who are obviously hit by lightning. And I guess now that you look, yeah, you can see they got red gloves.
Can I see the ones that have been attacking Corzin?
They are down the alley about 50 feet-ish away.
Okay. Who looks more injured out of those 2 groups?
Alley group haven't really been hit yet, so at this point I'd say it's probably Echo's group is looking a bit more bashed up, which is
Okay.
Echo and her bodyguard.
I will... I'm going to chuck an Eldritch Blast at Echo. I will quicken one.
Because I do have a bonus action.
Okay.
I need another d20. There they are. Okay.
Okay, so the lowest was a 15.
Okay. Does
Does a 15 hit?
That's a good question. Yes, it does.
Lovely. The others were over 20.
Like, because she has cover from Celestia, but not you.
That is 18 points of force damage.
Ooh.
I
Okay.
rolled decently.
Oof. Okay. As this is happening, then her companion is going to throw herself, throw up her musket and a bit of her arm in the way of Echo, taking 2 of the blasts, but not the 3rd. So 18 total, you said?
Yes.
Cool.
It was a 5, a 6, and a 7, if that makes sense.
No, it's the total damage
That's just flavour. Yeah. Cool. Because there's 3 individual hits rather than one thing.
Oh, that's true. In which case, I guess they take 6 off that instead, because they can kind of. It's not an area of effect thing. So, damn it! I've just done that damage now. Give me a moment.
Sorry, I'm making things complicated.
Okay, there we go. Damage done.
Yeah, they're 3 bolts, so it's a bit of a
Cool.
thing.
All right, that is your go. Unless you want to move at all, I guess pick yourself up for half your movement if you want.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna stand where I can see as many enemies as possible, and if there is possibility for cover, great, but
I mean, there is a lot of rubble, so yeah, you can take cover.
there's so much rubble.
You crouch instead
Someone
of
dropped a house
being
on me.
falling. So yeah, you got half cover. Okay, that brings the end of your turn.
If I had shoes, someone might have stolen them and got a request along some sort of yellow brick road.
Wait, where's my tiny dog?
You have a tiny dog. She's just not caught up with us. We established this.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Corzin needs a brain. Celestia needs... What was the other one? Courage.
Courage.
Jeffrey does not need courage.
Damn, there's an ability which I forgot, but never mind. Okay.
I think Celestia needs a brain.
Yeah.
Corzin does not need heart or courage.
No, he doesn't, does he? No, definitely not.
All right. In which case, who's going? Next up is the sailors, who, under the circumstances, just trying to think what's the best move for them to take. Okay, best move for them to take here is to... got it. One of them... Are they going to do this? I think they are, actually. So... The... Hawk and the Raven... What's the most effective use of what they have here? Oh no, they're not going to cast spells on that. The Hawk and the Raven are given some orders, is what they're bloody well going to do with those. As you see, as you hear some people shout, shout. I think it's going to be one shouts kill the elf, one shouts kill the rainbow elf, one shouts kill the pink tiefling. And you see a group of 4 people pull open the back door again, and they're going to cast some spells. Well, actually, 2 of them are going to try and shoot Celestia, because she's the one that they can see. With disadvantage anyway, but I think they have something special they need to do here, if I remember correctly. They need to make I think it's a save against this particular ability.
Oh, are we counting it as that?
I think we are.
Awesome. Yes, they do.
Charisma save, right?
Let me check. Sorry, 1 minute. Charisma save against my spell save.
Got it. Holy shit! I need to check how charismatic these dudes are, because I think one of them makes it.
Jesus.
I mean...
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, no. 17 and a 17 and a 19, so one of them actually
One of
manages
them does
to
make it, yeah.
fire at you. The other grunts for a moment. Can they even see Scamp? I've kind of said that they can't see Scamp easily, so I guess they lose the attack. Although, no, these guys have just come in. They don't necessarily know where Scamp is, so attack gets lost. One of them tries to shoot, aims at you, Celestia, and just holds their hand against their eyes, not able to look at you.
she's fully wreathed in rainbow light at this point.
The other squints and fires the shot anyway, successfully, but the shot is a little awry. It does strike you, but it's a glancing shot for a piddling 6 damage.
Cool.
Okay, it mostly just hits your coat and bounces off, giving you a slight bruise. Although at this point you're probably feeling slight bruises pretty strongly.
Oh yeah, no, she's not looking good. She also is looking amazing, but not in health-wise.
Okay, they are then going to pull back and out of obvious range, while one of the 2 mages is going to unroll a similar scroll to before and cast it. They don't really care about the 2 elementals.
Can I see that person?
They can't see you because you are up and above them and they're not expecting you, but you are looking down at this, so I'm going to say you can see this to try and counterspell it if you wish.
How far away are they?
They are within 30 feet of you.
Okay. I worry about these scrolls. What have I got left? I do have a 4th left. I'm gonna do a counterspell at 4th.
Okay.
That is my last 4th.
This does reveal your. This does reveal you to them. So the other one is going to try and react and counter your counterspell, but they have to roll. Actually, you also have to roll.
Oh boy.
Tides is active, isn't it?
It was. Roll 2 d100s.
Oh no.
Oh no.
21. 3. Okay.
I mean, you feel a surge of positive power, one that will make, but you can feel yourself becoming more deadly or more perceptive.
I'm gonna go for deadly right now because
Do
I'm
it.
sure Corzin could do the other one. So
Okay, you are surged with power. Okay, you know what effect that has. Next spell you cast the next minute. So I guess you can then immediately roll tides if you want.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a 21.
Okay, it would be enough to dispel it, but they then
But they
rolled
also-
a dirty 20, which is enough to dispel yours. So there is a weird ping pong of magic as you try and repeat the trick before, breaking this constructing spell as they try and break the spell on you. Okay. They started aiming this before they knew you were there, so this doesn't target you, Scamp. It does, however, target both the elementals and Celestia, as the scroll sort of just burns away as the fragile mage metals overcharge with power, and a little swirling orb of ice appears, and then explodes outwards into a cone of cold. Shards of
I
ice.
cannot explain how unlikely I am to be up right now.
Of ice and snow fire outwards. Okay, so I guess both of the. Well, bad luck for Hawk and Raven. They're going
Good.
to take some cold damage now. Although I think it is, although not as much as it would otherwise be because air elementals. Oh no, as much.
Good.
Yeah,
Fucking good.
They're going to take their full fucking damage from this. Did I have the good sense to write the damage for cold, a cone of cold next to the cone of cold spell? No, I did not. It's all right. I'm sure I can find it. Oh boy. Okay, roll a con save, please.
Con save for me. Lol. It's the D20 I'm currently attached to. There we go. Oh shit. 3.
Okay.
Oh wait. 4 actually.
Excellent,
Sorry.
excellent.
That'll make the difference.
Do you have less than 43 hit points remaining?
I've got... Is 7 less than 43?
I think it is.
Mathematically, yes.
Okay, well, first of all...
I'm not dead.
The two... Hawk and Raven both take 43 hit points of cold damage.
Fucking good.
Because they ain't worrying about... they ain't worried about splash damage on like spendable summons. It's actually enough that they almost disintegrate. The cold seems to really disrupt their fragile forms, but it also really disrupts Celestia's fragile form as the flaring rainbow becomes encased in ice as Celestia kind of slumps a little, still held in place by the elemental. But you see her skin frost over, still gleaming with rainbow, creating a weird, like, sort of rainbow prism effect through the ice crystals that are now covering her skin. Celestia is incapacitated.
Yes. Am I still glowing?
Still glowing, although I think you lose the mechanical effect of being hard to attack. But you're still glowing.
I was supposed to... I've just looked at it and realised that it does take a bonus action to call that, but I guess we're doing it for flavour this time around.
I was doing it for flavour. So, yeah, you are now... But you are still just, like, shining with friggin' rainbow light. I think this does break your concentration on the lightning.
Oh, yeah, no, that's gone. So the Rainbow Spirit comes down from being a lightning bolt behind Celestia and flares up like a cobra.
Unfortunately, almost no one on the... I think no one on the enemy side can see the Rainbow Spirit, but they are still kind of intimidated by you.
Corzin is impressed.
Even in your popsicle form.
I'm down, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Cool.
We don't call them popsicles in the UK. Those few US listeners. You're still in your ice lolly form. Okay, so... the other one, as they pull back, casts a spell, and you just hear the back door lock. As they all retreat back through the back door.
Cool.
Okay, so that's group 1. It's elemental time. I mean, yeah. They're not really sure what to do at this point. So, well, first things first is the hawk is going to fly in and follow its order and immediately attempt to land a hit on unconscious Celestia. Which it does. Celestia takes melee hit. So Celestia... I need to check these rules, but I'm pretty sure when you're incapacitated, a melee hit is an auto crit, which means you automatically take 2 hits.
I think it's just a death save.
Yeah, you take 2 failed death saves from one smash.
Help, please.
Okay, the hawk. So that's the hawk spirit. The hawk one. The raven one is going to fly up and try and do the same to Scamp, taking 2 attacks. What's your current armor class with? Your current armor class with cover is like 14, right?
Yeah, if the cover's working for me here. I don't know if it's gonna. If they're.
The cover will kind of work for them, but like it's even so. No, even with a 4, you can't reduce that hit. Okay, Scamp.
I haven't got a reaction anyway because I've spent it.
You don't. How many hit points do you have?
14.
Okay. Well, you survive you take 11 hit points of damage from that attack. So, because they didn't roll that too well by their standards, so you are buffeted and smacked into the dirt, into the rubble. Is anyone still meant to attack Corzin? Yep, one. The bat hasn't had their orders changed yet. Oh no, they would have done. They just saw you go down. They're going to try and finish you and leave you. So, I guess the bat orders would have been. Yeah, okay. Bat is going to fly over and try and grab Scamp this time. So, Scamp, roll 2 acrobatics checks, please.
10.
And the second one?
Ugh, it's natural 20.
Okay, well, it rolled 2 natural 3s, so you dance and struggle aside as this winged bat monstrosity tries to catch you and drop you from the sky.
No.
Okay, that makes it. Okay, we've gone through hawk, raven, bat, beetle, dragonfly, and moth have their own deals to do. So, okay, they're gonna attack, and what's moth doing? What was moth's last job? Beetle and moth were both set to attack randos, which I think they are still doing. So they are both attacking civilians. Tabby needs to roll a death save. Okay, and I think at this point the dragonfly has the same orders as before, which is try and kill Scamp. So it's going to fly up and try and attack you, Scamp.
Ah.
Roll some more acrobatic saves, please. Checks, please.
6.
And again.
14.
Okay, you are grabbed by a dragonfly elemental and pulled up into the air 45 feet. Actually, no, it had to go some distance. Pulled up in the air 20 feet because it took a while to get to you. Okay. So that's the elementals' turns. Group 2 is the alleyway team. They've seen. Has Corzin acted? No, Corzin was bleeding out. Was his turn.
Yep.
Corzin, you're still. I guess you're still on the ground.
Yep.
But not bleeding out anymore.
Not bleeding out anymore. I don't know if. I'm just going to roll a medicine check for them to see if they notice. Okay. The bad news is they notice.
Balls.
The good news is one of them goes, "How the fuck is he still standing? We've dropped him from the sky! We've covered him in acid! What is this? What is this?"
Your worst nightmare.
Okay, yeah, I guess he's going to direct his elemental to try and kill you because it wasn't already, and Acid Arrow Girl is going to try and do the same thing, attacking with disadvantage.
All very dead.
With disadvantage though, because you're still prone. That became 14. So
nope.
You see the fizzing acid begin cleaning cobblestones next to you. Ah, fuck. Pull back, let the elementals take care of it. As the group as a whole retreats back 30 feet deeper into the alley. They are just beating a retreat away from
I can
Corzin.
still see them though, can't I?
You can still see them turning your head
Right.
through the pain. Okay. Group 3 have successfully managed to get out of the burning building. I'm going to roll... It's weird, because you've survived a lot, but you are still on the ground and kind of fucked up compared to them.
Mm-hmm.
And you are a priority target. Yeah. Okay, they are going to... Right, they're going to fire some attacks at you, I think. Conserving energy. They cast... You see a couple of scrolls come out. Less impressive looking, but still covered in mage metals. From 2 of them. Burning up as they point towards you, and the pair of them both cast a pair of searing bolts of flame. as they cast Scorching Rays. So, with disadvantage on the... Fucking hell. Fucking hell! So these are attack roll spells.
Yeah.
4 bolts of flame smash into the cobblestones either side of you. You are like surrounded by acid and fire. There are rocks that have nearly landed on your head from the lightning strike.
I have this headcanon that it's like a perfect line around him. Like when the ground is on
Everything
fire
about me
and
seemed
melted.
really going to hit me by accident.
They too are going to continue beating a careful retreat from you and trust to artillery spells. These folks prefer not to get engaged in person, but they do shout orders at their elementals for the following turn. Okay, which brings us to Echo. So Echo's clambers up to see you frozen solid, seemingly. Corzin on the ground. But mutter. Okay, she's probably also going to try and beat a retreat here, but I think as she goes, she's going to turn and ask. She knows Scamp is there. Scamp is currently captured. She is competent. She has details on you. She has an estimate of who is the healer. Got it. She's going to turn to you, Corzin, and say, I have to know, which one of you killed Alpha?
Do I immediately know which one that she's talking about?
No, you've no fucking idea.
We didn't kill many of them, though, did we?
You killed all of them except for one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did.
I mean, well, you killed one, you captured one, you killed 4, you left 1 alive of the masquerade. If I remember, I think there was a fireball.
Ah.
Corzin will answer. It's one of the unfortunate things about this arrangement. Even if I did know, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
She frowns. She sighs. I understand. You'll simply have to do. She reaches out a hand and clutches. And you feel a cold presence around your heart. This is a fear effect. You have advantage, but I need a wisdom save from you, please.
Okay, come on. Okay, that is a 19.
Fucking hell. Once again, illusionists try and stop your heart with Phantasmal Killer. And once again, your heart is too strong. You feel the now familiar hallucinations start to crowd in and just cut through them, ignoring the tormented scene surrounding you.
That is fucking terrifying. Like, I'm not being funny.
awful.
This man who
It's
has
so awful.
been failed to be hit by anything for seemingly no reason, then just like fucking stares at her while she tries to stop his heart. That's horrifying.
That is
They
definitely...
tried that, and you know how well that worked out for them.
She hesitates for a moment, gestures with a hand, and then beckons. She and her guard both start to back away down an alley. Although, because, backing away down an alley, although, yeah, honestly at this point, because why wouldn't you? Take a pot shot at Scamp. It's disadvantage regardless. And Scamp is now being held aloft. They miss. Flies off into the heavy winds, and the pair and Echo and her companion both disappear behind the corner of an alleyway, out of immediate sight. Okay, that brings us to Corzin.
Just before you begin your turn, just going to remind you, not telling you what to do. One death save left. Thanks.
How far away is Celestia from me?
Celestia is being held aloft 20 feet from you.
Yeah, I'm not particularly off the
through a
floor,
window.
though, am I? I'm not particularly off the floor, though, am I?
No, you're just being held in place,
Yeah.
like as if you were standing.
Right, okay. I am going to, as a bonus action, cast Hunter's Mark on the retreating wizard. I am then going to peg it over to Celestia, put my hand on her chest and cast Cure Wounds.
Hunter's Mark. Does it require line of sight?
Yeah, range 90 feet.
Okay, she did walk behind an alleyway to try and break line of sight with you.
Blast. Okay,
So
never mind.
You'd need to use some movement to get, and if the priority is Celestia.
Yeah, I'm getting to Celestia.
Okay, so you still have your bonus action.
Love you.
You scramble
okay.
through and run into the and stumble into the howling storms
Right,
to
well,
touch
I'll roll
Celestia.
the Cure Wounds first. I'm gonna do it at level 3, so that's that many. Oh, I've got one. Okay, so Celestia, you regain 21 hit points.
I love you. You're my favourite person.
And as a bonus
That's not what
action,
she said.
Corzin is going to chug one of the greater healing potions.
It's a very good move at this point, honestly.
So that is...
Oh, yes.
Okay, I regain 15 hit points, so... We're both about at the same hit points.
Hey.
Yay! Not far off, anyway.
Yeah, well, I think there's one in it. I'm on 20, you're on 21.
Yeah, you've made me slightly better than you. Thank you.
Yeah.
You are
Okay.
surrounded by deadly winds, and looking up you can see Scamp being pulled upwards by more.
Yeah, Celestia sort of and just grabs your hand. Thank you.
We've got to do something about that. Is Celestia still being held by the elemental?
Yeah,
Yep.
There.
yeah. I'm still technically
Yeah, you're
grappled.
still technically
I have been
grappled.
this whole time.
Okay. Right, well, I don't think there's anything else I can do on this turn, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, unless
fair.
there's anything you can do with the bonus action.
Well, I just used the bonus
Oh,
action
you
to
used
chug
it
a
to
healing potion.
chug a healing potion, you did. Cool, in which case that takes us to Celestia.
I don't know what to do.
Scamp is, at this point, I would guess, so 20 feet up, like 30 feet directly above you. Corzin is right next to you. And whirling wind death is coming from every direction.
Scamp down.
Scamp is not down, Scamp
Okay.
is, but Scamp is also not great.
But also at a point where healing isn't going to make much difference if this thing gets me next turn.
That is fair. So sorry. How far up is the one holding Scamp?
30 feet above.
30 feet above. Okay, hang on. I need to check something. Sorry, I'm Googling like 1,000 things because a lot of these are... Okay, cool.
So,
So I'm going to go for... It was the thunder that wasn't very effective, wasn't it?
yep.
I think it's probably still worth it for the rest of the damage. Radiant was, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's worth it for the rest of the damage. So, because I've got so many of them within a 30-foot radius of me,
Yep.
including the ones on me,
Yep.
Celestia's just gonna, like, panic and throw an arm out to the nearest surface because I'm imagining that she can't reach a guitar. Smack something and rainbow cracks go with sort of the flaring light of everything else that's currently happening with her. Destructive wave.
As you strike, the cracks are also like spread across your body, splintering the ice sheath around you.
Yeah.
Pieces of ice crumble away. Okay, roll damage, and you get 4 elementals in this blast.
Good.
2 on Scamp, 2 on you.
So I'm going to do Thunder first, which isn't great, but Thunder's not great against them anyway, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on
Okay.
5d6, gang.
Oh,
But
Okay.
it's the damage that's shit against them anyway, so fingers
Yep.
crossed, let's hope this one is better. That one is a bit better, still not amazing, but we'll take it. So 7, 10, 12, 13 radiant, so not much, but
Okay, so that becomes
not my best spell.
not your best spell. Okay, that's annoying. So the bad news is they do save.
They do become prone, though, if they
These
don't
creatures are
save.
immune to becoming prone,
Okay,
annoyingly,
fair.
because they're made of wind.
Yeah.
So
Sort of incorporeal.
yeah, the bad news is because of resistances and such, you end up doing about 8 points of damage to each one. The good news is
They're
the
not
hawk and the
resistant to
raven.
radiant, are they?
Sorry,
They're not resistant to radiant, are they?
they're not, but they but I shit you not. None of them rolled below an 18 on their con saves.
That's so sad.
Which is not easy for them to do either. They just rolled really lucky. The good news is, Hawk and Raven were seriously fucked up by that cone of cold. The two next to you are gutted by lances of lightning that
will do.
smash through them. You see the winds grow sluggish and dissipate, and and Corzin and Celestia, you see two spirits, one looking like a sort of icy raven, one like a kind of translucent hawk, burst free and disintegrate, dissipating into ribbons of light. So the hawk and the raven are down. That's two elementals gone. Bat and dragonfly both also take 8 points of damage.
Okay, so there's no elementals near me. Still have a bonus action, trying to figure out what to do with it. Give me a second. So, how many healing is a greater healing potion?
Oh shit, no, sorry. Bat is also destroyed. Bat was also on like 72 hit. Sorry, Bat had also taken a fuck ton of damage.
So there's only one left.
So Bat was not the one. Unfortunately, Dragonfly is the one holding Scamp at this point. But yeah, there's one left of the four that were going for you. There's also two. So there are 3 elementals total left. Only one is currently at Scamp.
Yeah, and the rest are fighting random ass soldiers.
Yeah, they're trying to kill Tabby's friends right now. The other two.
Which is still a problem. Don't get me wrong. So
Tabby's still down.
Oh yeah, no, Tabby's fucked. I have no idea what to do about her.
Oh yeah, I rolled Tabby's. In its on initiative count 0 to see what her death saves are like.
How many healing is a greater healing? Genuinely,
44 plus 4.
I think I'm going to do that. I think that's the best use of my time right now, to be honest.
Bonus action. Chug a greater healing
We just
potion.
want to save Tabby.
I know, but I can't think of how to, so yeah. I really want to save Tabby, but yeah, please carry on. I'm just going to roll some healing, so that's not wildly interesting to listen to.
Do you want to move, or are you happy hiding in this shelter?
Oh, I do want to move. Oh god, where's useful for me to move?
Right now, actually, the front door has, despite the fact that they arcade reinforced earlier, did take a ludicrous amount of damage and has now been blown open. So you can go into the street, or you could go up to the first floor, which is full of rubble, but will bring you 10 feet close to Scamp, if it matters.
Not really. Not with any of my spells, actually, if I want to do spells on the elemental. Is there any cover, like, nearby in the street?
Yeah, at this point there's enough fallen rubble from this house that you can take cover in it.
I think I want to do that. Like, I want to be outside within cover, if that makes sense.
You scramble outside and take cover behind.
Thank you. What does cover do to your AC?
Plus 2 AC.
Plus 2, cool. And yeah, other than that, I'm just rolling healing, so please do carry on to somebody else, because that's not wildly interesting.
It's okay. Okay, that brings us to Scamp.
Okay,
You
so
are
I'm
20
being held
feet-
aloft by one.
You're being held aloft 20 feet above the rubble by the dragonfly.
I tried, I'm sorry.
How far away is Tabby?
At this point, Tabby is like 60 feet from you, because, Pythagoras.
Trying to think what the word would. I am going to attempt. Oh, do I want to try and hurt it first? Breaks if. I'm just reading commands, sorry. That's like I need to check. Sod it, I'm going to try and hurt this thing first. I will use a... Oh, which is the one I want? Where is it? Frostbite, that's the bunny.
Okay.
Frostbite on the thing holding me. So that is a con save.
It's natural 1. Does Frostbite make it drop what it's holding?
No.
Oh, okay.
It does slow it, doesn't it, though?
No, it gives disadvantage on its next attack.
Next attack.
Which is
Yeah.
really good, honestly.
Okay, roll damage.
13.
Ooh, nice. Okay, as you press an icy hand into it, the cold slows down some of the wind, but it's still got a lot. This one's still got a lot of vim in it.
Yeah. And I will quicken a command.
Okay.
I can't think of the right word. I'm going to point to Tabby and say approach. Does that work?
That does.
Is that clear?
That's clear.
Okay, approach!
Wisdom save. Nope. Its desperate gale becomes a little calmer, and it begins to float in the direction of Tabby, which it will do on its turn. I think that's everything you can do. So,
Yup.
okay. This has gotten to an interesting place. They're intimidated by you, but you're also obviously banged up. But you're showing no sign of running, and it's not quite time for them to run necessarily either. They've still got a lot of resources. Damn. Okay, they've already called their artillery strike. That group have done that. Okay, I think... I'm not sure that group is necessarily going to do a lot at this point. So group 1 is just going to do some movement. I'll bring them back in a minute. Group 2... Oh, no, it's elemental time. So, Dragonfly gently brings you down to Tabby.
Thank you.
I like to think it actually made that noise.
Okay, so Beetle and Moth. Okay, Beetle and Moth are going to carry out their given commands, which are to try and kill the other two respective members. So the good news is they're breaking off from Tabby's friends, and they are going to go respectively. Beetle back to trying to kill. Oh no, Beetle actually never tried to kill. Oh, these were both originally on Scamp. In which case, Beetle's going to try and avenge poor Bat by killing Corzin.
Where's the sausage?
I was going to say, wasn't Bat... oh, yeah, no, sorry, Bat was one of the ones that got taken down last round.
Yes. As it pummels you with 2 strikes, both of which are going to hit. Actually, no, one doesn't. That was a 16, isn't enough. But the 24 is.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are slammed into a wall for 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, back down into them happy single figures.
That's both of its attacks. The other is going to fly... So you're still in the house, I guess, so it smacks you into a wall. The other tries to pummel you into the rubble you're in. So, Celestia, your AC is currently 18 because of the cover. Ooh, ooh, which is enough to save you.
Amazing.
Because that was a 17 on those better hits.
Excellent.
It smashes... so the moth smashes away at the rubble next to you, and you kind of like duck and dive behind it as spraying pieces of stone and timber are flung around. Oh boy. Sorry for the long combat, folks at home. This is an intense one.
No worries. Oh.
Okay, that's all the elementals. Group 2 have been running in fear, mostly. But one of them has lost their elemental. I'm going to roll a nerve check. Okay. Interesting. Group 2 are more worried about you than they're willing to let on. Okay, they continue retreating down the alleyway, but as they go, one of them spreads a hand, and a wall of flames cuts off all 3 alleyways near them as they retreat down, and also starts setting the buildings on fire.
So many houses.
At this point, it's only small flames, but if it continues, it will eventually rise into an inferno, and they are just going to retreat the fuck away while leaving the beetle to do their dirty work. So Group 2 is on the retreat at this point. Echo broke line of sight. Okay. So what is she going to do? Tricky, tricky, tricky. Okay. I think nerve check for her. Okay. There's no sign of Echo this round. And Group 3, let's roll some nerves for them. Okay. The final group still have their elementals up, so they can't do anything really powerful. But they can shoot a last couple of attacks. Have they retreated out of range for this yet? Scamp is visible still. Corzin is not visible. Celestia is visible.
Behind cover. I'm under cover.
You are undercover. No, it's just whether they can see you as a target at all
Oh, fair.
is going to determine what spells they choose and who they're going to try and hit. Annoyingly for them, they don't have friggin' they don't have friggin' fireball, which would be really useful at this point. They got Scorch and Raise. Okay, 2 of them are going to cast actually level 1 spells as they fling magic missiles out. So Celestia, they 3 pulses of force curve around behind the rubble to try and hit you. What's your current hit points?
35.
35, nicely done. They drop that number by 11
Cool.
as 3 missiles impact into you.
Yeah, I just took a big healing potion. So.
Yeah. Scamp, what's yours?
3.
Scamp, however, takes 3 impacting missiles and slumps again, hanging in space for the moment, next to Tabby. Oh, Tabby.
Oh, I needed to be awake so I could help Tabby.
How far away is Scamp?
Scamp is 30 feet from you.
Cool.
Tabby stabilizes.
Hey!
Oh my goodness.
Some good news.
Doesn't wake up. It
I
wasn't
was
an actual
holding
20.
on to a reaction for
Tabby has actually
Tabby's
taken
death save.
Tabby has actually made 3 successful saving throws.
Good.
She
Down but not bleeding out.
down, but just you can still see her breathing shallowly.
Good. I'm not sure any of us would have ever recovered, to be honest.
Hey.
So that's nice.
Another figure grabs hold of her by the arms and drags her into a building with a slightly broken door to get some shelter. So, through chance as much as anything else, Tabby is alive. Okay, which brings us to the top of the round, Corzin.
All right.
You are in a building, not
Yep.
surrounded by things trying to kill you. Right? Oh no, sorry, something is trying to kill you, isn't it? The
The elemental that
Yes,
Oh,
Beetle.
wait, no.
Beetle
Yeah,
came for you.
okay.
So you are
How is that looking at this point?
kind of okay, honestly. Like the Beetle
Okay.
wasn't part of the initial salvo of like big attacks.
Figured
So
it
it's
would be.
it's taken a little damage, but it's kind of fine.
Alright, I'm gonna have to chug the other greater healing potion because otherwise I'm gonna go down if I'm hit at all.
Okay.
So that's the bonus action for. Oh, okay, that's. Okay, 13 regained hit points. So that's slightly better. Alright, can I see Scamp from where I am?
Yeah, no, but you can easily. It's like 10 feet of movement to get your head out of the door, and then you can see Scamp 40 feet away.
Alright, if I... Okay, I can't get to them this round, but if I do start moving in their direction, will I provoke an opportunity attack from the beetle?
You will, yes, because you'll eventually leave its
Right,
space.
okay, I'm gonna have to go through them then, there's no other way.
Okay.
Right,
I mean, technically, you're already through them.
yeah, true. Alright, then I am gonna take the blunderbuss and load another slug shot into it. And blast it. Being as I'm in a building currently,
Yes.
and like there is a roof over me, still
Yes.
at least partially. Does it negate the amount of disadvantage I would gain from it being raining?
I mean, I guess you are loading fresh powder, so holy as the roof is, sure.
I'm
I'll let you-
asking because I genuinely wasn't sure how you.
No, I'll let you have this. Go for it.
Okay, cool.
The environment itself is fairly dry. It's becoming less dry by the instant, but
Okay, that is 19 to hit.
that hits. Roll damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna wipe off
slug
the mechanism of your blunderbuss to load a slug with fire.
Okay, that is 15 percussive damage. It's a magic weapon.
Nicely done. Okay, all 15 lands. The beetle is staggered by the blow.
I am going to risk it, and I'm going to move past it and take an opportunity attack if I have to, in order to get close to the scamp.
It does swipe at you. It does connect for 18 whole points of damage. Blimey,
Oh, you are shitting me.
Sorry, that's near its max.
Okay, I'm down again.
Oh, God.
Corzin just manages to get out of the building.
I'm down by 1 point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Which does, in fairness, put you straight into Celestia's turn.
Okay.
Action to give a potion to someone else, and
Yep.
bonus action to do a healing word.
Yep.
We'll do that.
You kneel,
I kneel down and
force feed,
force
cause no
feed
healing
causing a
potion.
potion. I'm going to save my greater for in case anyone really, really needs it.
Yep.
That's... What is it? 2d4?
2d4 plus 2.
2? So yeah, that is only 5, but you're up.
Yeah.
I'm up.
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
And I'm going to do...
Oh, wait, how is it 5? Oh, it's a potion. Sorry, I
It's
thought you were
potion.
healing
Yeah.
word.
No, it's healing word
Well,
is
that
different.
doesn't matter.
My modifier's a lot better on healing word. Speaking of which, have one. It's going to be,
Thank
again,
you.
a low level one because I'm starting to get worried, but I'm going to get you up. That is
Yeah, up
an
is all I need.
8. 8 hit points.
Lovely.
I also have a question.
Yes.
It's not for this turn. But what would the state be on calling for reinforcements? Because it's a move I've been considering for a while. Like, what would that do?
If you call
it
for
be worth it?
reinforcements, you can get them. What's essentially going to do is reinforcements will show up, but it will. I suppose what will happen is it's going to force the movement of a unit into here, but you'll get a unit coming in that can do barrages.
Yeah, I just... That's legitimately something I've been thinking about for a while because we're really fucked and we're not going to get
Cool.
less fucked.
Pick which unit you want to call into the fight.
Yeah.
If you want to call in like the
and
first
also,
rifles, you can.
I'm hoping I could be able to give them information about where mages are because
Yep.
it's a 25-word sending.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Go for it.
I mean, I'm not
We
going to
know
do
where
that
they are
now,
at the moment.
but
We know where they were headed last time we saw them.
yeah, which wasn't that long ago.
Like 18 seconds ago.
Yeah.
So we have a good guess, at least. Because we're in Harlot, aren't we?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. What force would be helpful, gang, for next turn?
If we're trying
Sun
to...
Eaters.
Yeah.
Sun Eaters,
I was
yeah.
going to say, if we're countering mages, Sun Eaters.
Cracking, maybe I'll do that next turn. See how we go, anyway.
Yeah, send
Then I'm going to
copy.
try and get back behind some cover, because I think that's probably the best thing I can do after that.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Okay. You do. You force feed a healing potion, you snap a healing word, or healing ding, and then get back behind your mound of cover. It's an effective strategy.
Can I get back behind a different mound of cover?
You
just so
scramble
I'm not
behind
in
a
the
different
same
mound of
place?
cover.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to get closer to anyone, or
Uh,
like you've got a bit of movement that doesn't technically take you out of range of the air elemental because the air elemental is so massive.
It's not even to get closer to anyone. It's just so that I'm not in exactly the same
place.
position
Yep.
for anyone
No,
shooting. To be
you
honest,
grumble
yeah.
to a sofa that fell out of the building.
Cracking.
Okay, Scamp, you're up.
Oh, Tabby's gone. Where's
see-
Tabby gone?
You look up and you see Tabby's unconscious form being dragged into a building by another fighter. It's like, it's okay, I got her.
Oh, okay. I was trying to help. Oh no.
This thing's still next to me, though, isn't it?
Yes, it's still next to you
And
and still holding you. In fact, you're still in it.
Oh dear.
might be worth doing the disadvantage thing again. Then I will do frostbite, so it's a con save again.
Okay. Which it fails.
Oh, lovely.
Not as good damage. That is only 9.
Still hits, and this cold still affects it, slowing the winds a little. Okay, it is anything for your bonus.
Move some sorcery points with the bonus action.
Okay.
Oh, potion. Is it going to take me down regardless? Oh, I'm going to move the sorcery points. I need the spells back.
Okay. So at this point, we're into the enemy. Time to roll some morale checks. Okay. That group is still fighting. So the trying to think about where you are. Okay, so Scamp, you're kind of near Taupi was, which puts you kind of within view of the central alleyways. The alleyways to the south have been cut off by a wall of flame. Which means that, Scamp, you see a group arrive along the northern alleys, which is the sailors, the first group, who have been... Well, they're not really sailors. The first group who fled earlier and used their moves to move around instead of attacking last round. So for this, I'm pretty sure I just need to check some range. Okay, 120 feet for that. And what about for this? Okay, they're going to have to get within 90 feet for this. So 1, 2... Actually, no, because of movement rates, the furthest they can get from you is 60 feet. So 60 feet away, down an alley, you see the 4 sailors from before turn up. One of them points and is going to slash down the length, not the length of the street, but the width of the street. and a wall of flames comes into existence. They can't put it on a character, so they put it so it comes up next, in between Scamp, sort of like behind Scamp, blocking off view of Scamp from Celestia and Corzin, and bisecting the street. So now there's now kind of like an east side and a west side of the street. The other move is so Scamp, you see them casting both spells. If you have a reaction and can do anything about this, but I
think that one's cast now.
Okay. The second one, they begin casting a spell, and you see, as the spell begins to be cast, a sort of black bubbling begin to appear in the ground around you, and something start to writhe out.
Oh well, I want to get rid of that. What levels have I got left? Well, I just gave myself a 4th spell back, so I guess I'm countering at 4th level.
They have. How are their 3rd level spells looking? Okay. Okay. That does it. That counters it. The Black Tentacle spell is counterspelled.
That's a nasty
I
spell.
don't like that spell.
So, as they're casting it, an impossible distance away for them, because to them you can only counterspell within 30 feet, which is why they can't counterspell back. They see you shred the magic, and just look horrified at that. Okay, you are not crunched by Eldritch Tentacles and thrown into a wall of fire. But the wall of fire is still...
Counterspell is 60 feet, not 30 feet.
Is it?
Yeah.
Then they're going to try and... Then they are going to try
I'm causing problems for myself, but...
Yeah, no, thank you. Oh, right, no, 120 was the impossible
120 is
one.
what I can do.
Yeah, that's the distant one. Okay, in which case, they do still have a 3rd level spell left, and they want to try and kill you, so... One of them is going to try and counterspell... You did that at 4th?
Yeah.
So they need a 14. It uses your reaction to counterspell, doesn't it? So you can't do the lock bending thing.
Yeah, no, it was counterspell, so...
I'm sorry, that is a 14. Okay. You try and counter it, but the spell breaks through. Or rather, the spell to counter your counter cuts through, and the slathering tentacles burst into existence.
Oh, not again.
These will only damage you at the start of your turn.
Yeah, but no one's going to get there first. There's a
You
wall
are
of fire
able.
in the way.
The wall of fire makes it hard to see what's beyond, but you do see the tendrils rising over the top. I just need to check whether walls of fire are opaque in this edition, because that makes a difference.
I believe they are.
I think now. Had it as Gwen.
Sure, we've used them in previous games to
block off sight.
Yeah.
use. Yeah.
Yeah, it is opaque. Okay. So it'll last as long as they can concentrate. So, Celestia and Corzin, you do hear where the spells are cast from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you can. Well, I mean, at the very least, you see Scamp turn and try to counter a spell as the wall of fire goes up. So you know that they're coming from the north somewhere.
Okay, I think I would have to be able to see them and be within a certain...
Yeah, you're within the
distance
radius
of them.
to cast it, but you can't see them from where you are.
Damn it.
So you
Okay.
see Scamp get cut off, and the tentacles writhe. Okay, that brings us. That group is. Morale check for this group. Okay, but that group is going to pull out well out of range, and let me just check what the range of Scorching Ray is. Because they might try and fire off a farewell as you go. Although, actually, Scamp, you're unconscious. No, you're conscious, aren't you?
I'm conscious, I'm just not going to be for long.
Got it.
And they can't see me right now.
I feel so bad about this, but they are literally trying to kill you.
Yeah, they can't see me though.
Oh,
I'm
they're...
in the tentacles.
You're in the tentacles!
Yeah.
They block light! Okay, no, they're not going to do that then. Okay, Huh. Which actually, weirdly... Oh shit. Which means the elementals are going to start their turn in the tentacles.
Yep.
Okay. Let's...
But they're expendable to them, so...
They're expendable.
that
I just
makes
want to see
sense.
whether how much damage it is to the tentacles, to the creature that's already next to you. Okay, well, the dragonfly holding you, I guess, takes 10 points of damage off the bat, which is nice. At the very least, as it is twisted by eldritch tendrils. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot they can do here beyond give some orders. They do want to preserve assets, though. Okay, message spells are cast, and they move further away. Okay, that brings us to the. Did I give goes for the elementals? I didn't. I forgot to go.
No.
Well,
The elementals
we
go.
did, actually,
Okay.
yeah.
So, Beetle, Dragonfly, and Moth are going to act. Dragonfly, they've left you in a tendril of Eldritch thing. So Dragonfly is going to take 10 points of damage, and then, per its orders, release you into the tendrils, and leave you to that fate, because they don't want to waste a strategic asset that much. Fly up, and... I'm trying to think the orders they would have given. I'm going to roll randomly between Celestia or Corzin. Corzin,
Yep.
I'm going to fly down and try and kill you.
Okay.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
Sorry? You
Do I get an
do!
attack of opportunity?
Yes, you
The one
do.
that was holding... Ha! I will... Ooh, what's best here?
Oh, you've got a feat that means
for-
you can do a spell. That's exciting.
I can't do spells, because otherwise I'm just sort of gently caressing them, because that's what my punches
With
do.
the other sandwich knife, yeah.
I've got a butter knife and a strength of -1, so...
Lick them on the way out. Cause more damage.
The force damage was doing full damage to it, wasn't it? Was it?
Yes, it was.
Lovely, then I'll Eldritch Blast the thing. Which is so many dice, I'm going to regret this. But never mind. Annoying. They're all at disadvantage because I can't see and it's because it's next to me. So the lowest was a 12.
Second.
Then there was one was really high. I've now forgotten what it was, but I think I rolled a 16 on the dice or 17, something. It was above 15 on the dice, and then the third one is an 18.
Okay, 2 of those hit.
2 hit, lovely.
2 pink blasts strike out.
15 force damage.
Okay. Okay. It's looking pretty screwed up. It's actually looking quite kind of screwed up as it comes out, but it's still holding itself together, and it's still going to go and try and kill Corzin. Although it actually makes its first attack with disadvantage, because Frostbite. And
Yes.
consequently misses.
Yes.
Frostbite's good.
Yeah. The second attack is not with
Useful
disadvantage, but it is a natural 4. So, Corzin, you duck to the side as fists, well, not fists, as wings of air beat into this to the broken stone around you. Then the one just behind you is going to try and kill you. In fact, no. Let's mix this up. The one behind Corzin is going to move forward into the space shared by Corzin and Celestia and turn into a vortex.
Okay.
Spinning in place. So, both of you need to make a strength save, please.
Lol, blood magic.
Okay.
Okay, it's not
That's
too
a
bad.
14.
17.
Okay, both of you hold onto the ground and alter objects and resist being flung into the fire,
Oh,
which was a possibility. A 3 and 8 possibility, but still a possibility. You do still take 8 points of bludgeoning damage from being battered by the winds, but you are not
Both
flung
of
around.
us.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm down again.
Oh, flipping it. 8. Okay.
I had 5 hit points.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It is enough to batter Corzin to the ground, then. Okay. The moth manages to strike Celestia with one of its 2 wing attacks. Which brings us to... How's your hit points doing, Celestia?
16.
You're at 1!
Yay!
As the moth just flies behind you and pounds you into the rubble you're hiding behind. Okay. That brings us to the top of the round then. Corzin, roll a death saving.
Okay. 10.
That's a save.
It is a
That's a
success.
save. Yep.
Okay, Celestia, things are looking bleak.
I mean, we need other people, don't we? Every other option here is useless. We need other people. But I can only heal myself or Corzin at that point, so that's fun. And I can't see Scamp. This is a serious question. Out of character, how long will reinforcements take to get here? Is it worth ascending? Like, will it save us?
It might. It could take a round or two for them to arrive. You have just come... It is the next ward over, and they can make it here in time to shoot, at the very least.
Okay. I just want
You
to...
might need...
I'm
you might
rationing
need-
my
Yeah,
spells.
you might need to hold out for a round somehow.
Yeah, do I still have an elemental in my space?
You do.
Well, I'm down, regardless, actually.
But you have healing potions. There are allies around.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bash a little healing word for Corzin.
Okay.
Again, it's gonna be a level 1, like, because that's what I got.
Hey, I'm up.
7. Enjoy.
7. Got it.
Okay.
Okay, talk to me about where everybody is in terms of like enemies I can see, because I
So-
want as much information in this ending if I'm going to use this spell as possible.
So, here's what you've seen in the situation immediately around you. 3 elementals are still up. They are immediately around you and Corzin. Scamp is behind a wall of fire that is bisecting the street from north to south. The street runs east to west. Scamp is on the other side of that, full in a pit of eldritch tendrils.
I can't see that though, can I?
You can just see the tendrils poking over the top because they're 20 foot high as well. You know that at least one group went north, one group went south, and one group went east.
So mages down alleyways.
Mages are down alleyways, retreating in kind of compass directions. They are splitting up. They appear to be... They're kind of pulling a retreat, at least a partial retreat, and leaving the elementals to finish you off.
Okay, so yeah, she does a healing word on Corzin and doesn't deal with herself, even though she's really, really properly bleeding. There are things broken at this point. Just goes, come here, it's the Rainbow Spirit. Casting Sending to Poppy. Poppy, harlot, help, fucked. 3 elementals, wall of fire, Scamp, restrained tentacles, mages retreating, alleyways, north, south, east. Dying. Come now, please. Hurry. No time.
The spirits flicker out and then back. As they and carry a message to your ear. I hear ya. Don't worry, we're coming. We'll be there in the jiffy. Hold tight. Long as you can.
She kind of like giggles through broken ribs. Honestly, at this point. And yeah, puts her arms over her head and hopes that people miraculously miss her under her cover.
Okay. Here's hoping. Okay, that brings us to Scamp. How are your hit points doing?
8.
Take a dex save then.
Are tides active?
They are not.
Well, we'll use that.
Fucking do it.
Oh. Actually, no, they are, but roll 2d100s.
Four and 71.
You feel a sense of sight or a sense of toughness.
Well, we'll take that second one because I did roll the dex save and I got a 6.
Okay, your skin takes on a greyish, shining colour as it turns to steel.
Ooh,
Strangely
well,
malleable
that's pretty.
steel.
It would be if I could see.
And then you are grabbed by a series of tendrils and thwacked side to side. So you take some damage, but it will be halved. So, how much hit points have you got?
8.
Now you have 3. As the tendril picks
That's
you up,
fucking lucky.
smacks you into the ground, and you feel your whole body clang. You are currently restrained by the spells, though.
I know how much damage that spell does. That was lucky.
Yeah.
Doesn't actually. It doesn't actually fill the area with magical.
ongoing.
Yeah, it doesn't actually fill the area with magical darkness. You know, you can actually see out of it.
Does it not? I thought that one was darkness.
Turns the ground
I think it was
into
something
difficult terrain. There's the hunger of Hadar, which is the warlock version.
Ah.
That's the
That's what
fucker that's
I'm
also
thinking of.
darkness.
Yeah, they're quite close, I think.
Okay, so what can I see?
Okay, so you can see. You can see about 60 feet away from you to the north. A bunch, those four sailors, looking equally impressed and concerned that you're still holding it together, and you've also turned to steel. You can see, honestly, like retreating well off into the distance to the east, and turning around the corner are the group that used to be up in the window before you set fire to it. No sign of Group 2. They've gone far to the south behind a wall. You're actually blocked off by like an L of firewalls from going south or west.
Okay.
Also,
How
some
badly
good-
injured are the ones near us? Or near me?
They have actually taken... no, they've actually taken no damage. They got confused, but that was about it.
Boo.
And the other ones that are like disappearing off, how far are they?
They're about 200 feet away. Actually, no, but they were previously 120, so at this point, the furthest they could have gotten... They cast message spells, which are not bonus actions, if I remember correctly, so I guess they're 150 feet away.
And how injured were they?
Oh, much more injured. They're the ones you set on fire with a fireball.
Is it obvious who the casters are?
Yes, the ones to the north. The ones to the east are... Sorry, the ones to the east are probably the ones still holding on to the remaining... At least two of the ones still holding on to the remaining elementals, though.
Okay, but then less injured.
No, they're more injured.
More injured.
Ones holding elementals are more injured, but further away. The ones who are uninjured are the ones currently holding you in place with eldritch tendrils. And
Ah, it doesn't matter.
a wall of
I can
fire.
get out of that.
Okay.
I'm going to waste a massive spell to get out of that, but I can get out of that. I'm
live.
going to quicken a Eldritch Blast at one of the people who is controlling the elementals still.
Okay, go for it.
Good. the lowest there was a dirty 20.
Okay, so those hit. Eldritch Blast is a weird one for the purposes of making concentration checks. I just need to find out if I need to make 3 concentration checks or 1.
Ah, yeah, that's worth... I don't know.
It's a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's where you take
it's
damage,
3
isn't it?
beams, but...
I don't know.
It's 3 beams in 1 spell. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Concentration. Taking damage. When... okay. The rule is that if you take damage from multiple sources, and the example it gives you is such as an arrow and a dragon's breath. I'm going to treat this as 1 roll against the total damage because it's from a single source.
Okay. It is 14 force damage.
Cool. Which they're not happy about. Ah! You hear some distant cries, so they need to... Good thing they have advantage on these. Their Warcaster, because one of those was a nat 1, but the other unfortunately was an 18. So
Boo.
they do. The dragonfly does not go rogue. They are well trained.
And I will, because that was a bonus action because I quickened it, I will use a dimension door at 5th level because that's what I have left, and go like 10, 15 feet away from where I last saw Celestia and Corzin.
You appear 10, 15 feet away from Celestia and Corzin.
Yeah, we've not really gone anywhere.
And as I do it, I just flip off the fucking mages.
Yeah, you
to a
flip
Celestia.
You flip them the bird and then vanish from existence.
Celestia would be proud.
Yes.
Do you pop up still flipping the bird?
Yes.
I'm proud of you.
I knew you would be.
You look amazing. Oh, ow.
Okay. Well, they're not going to bother maintaining that. Let's roll a morale check. I mean, at this point, I think they might need to cut their losses and run anyway. They're going to conserve spells. Let's pull them into retreat as well. Okay, about the point where the elementals are going to start acting. We'll just roll for someone. You hear... and you look and see a massive horned snake rear its head up. That pulls focus a little. The 3 elementals, I'm going to slightly muddle things here, are going to pull away from their current targets. So I guess you can take some attacks of opportunity if you want.
Yes.
Go for
Fuck
it.
I'm
Oh,
going
yeah.
to do it with a rapier, which I never use. So you're going to have to give me a minute to look it up.
What's your dex?
My dex is, I don't know. I'm tired. My dex is +3. Leave me alone.
Okay, make an attack with +7.
No, +8.
Oh, +8.
Proficiency, innit?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
proficiency's 5.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, it's 4 at this level.
Oh, it's
No.
5.
No, it's
Yeah.
5. Shit.
That's how we've got +10 to things.
12. A flail.
You flail. You cut through the air, but it's just through air.
Fuck you. Piece of shit.
Awesome.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's a... Jesus, that's a 30.
Yeah, you slice
Fucking
into
kill
that
it,
fucker. Roll
please.
some damage.
Okay. Come on. Okay, that's another 8 slashing.
Yeah, you slice off one of the beetle's airy legs. It dissipates and slowly grows a new one as the 3 air elementals fly up to fight, to do battle with the giant serpent and the horde. You notice that some of them of low to the ground flying figures, little humanoid figures in cloaks, but you nevertheless seem to have insect-like wings buzzing behind them. As you watch, however, if you take a moment to catch your breath and reflect upon the literal cold cavalry, you can also see that the fire starters have made themselves scarce. This round between you and them is a draw.
Was it?
They didn't kill you, you didn't kill them. But you have forced them to retreat from this area. So they will not be able to stay in
I suppose we've cost them a reasonable number of spell slots as well.
Oh yeah!
Spell slots, yeah.
Yeah. And some very expensive scrolls. But, that's why they give them to them. However, to look at the strategic impact of your fight, we're going to have to look at that after these, no doubt important, messages.
Hello and welcome to the new Old Mark weather forecast. Storm conditions are expected to persist and intensify from Force 7 to Force 9. There is also a 75% chance of liking, rating and subscribing to Flintlocks and Fireballs, contributing to their Patreon, and enjoying a whole manner of other bonus content. There has also been unconfirmed reports of a rainbow over Harlot. But for now, the best advice is, stay dry out there.
And welcome back. In the distance, you see, wreathed in shadows, this huge serpentine head raise and let out a call. The 3 air elementals fly off in the direction of the new threat as a horde of shadow-shrouded demonic entities begin hustling or flying towards them. The 3 of you grab yourselves from amidst the rubble and pull yourselves into some immediate shelter for a moment. Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't.
Probably do, I would imagine.
Yeah. Given the situation.
But that is up to you, I guess.
Yeah. I guess this is the point where I throw out there that there's some serious shit going on with Celestia's appearance.
Yeah.
It has changed. So she's not glowing anymore. All the light has gone down, but the rainbows have not. Basically, so the hair that was white is now rainbow coloured. That's happened. Also, yeah, like the sort of veins that you could see glowing, they're still visible and rainbow, not glowing anymore. Her eyes are not blue; they now sort of shift colours as she moves, and are also rainbow. She probably hasn't noticed this yet and assumes it's gone down like it usually does.
Yeah, there is a strange pearlescence that has come about much of Celestia's appearance from this rainbow sheen.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not picturing pearlescence, I'm picturing the colours literally changed.
Oh, yeah, they literally changed.
Basically.
But
the eyes are sort of pearlescent, but the hair is like somebody has dyed their hair rainbow, basically. But it grows like that. So that's fun. Anyone else fucked? I'm fucked. Ow.
I think I've got a head injury.
Why?
I've got a head injury. You're all glowy and stuff. That shouldn't happen, should it?
What?
No, I can see that too.
Am I still
new.
glowing?
Oh, you've got a head injury too, then. Oh no.
What do
You
you
do
mean
both have head injuries. In fairness.
What do you mean I'm glowy? Hasn't it gone down? Actually,
No.
there's
Not
some
yet.
bits on the ends of my fingers that are sticking up. There's some veins that are, again, like visible and rainbow. Not glowing, but in colour. Do I look weird?
Yeah, but that's not new.
I'm
but you
different
do
to
look
how
more
you did.
weird.
I'm going to grab my mirror.
Yeah.
She looks... Exciting as this is a lot.
Yeah.
Might wear off still. It's
Might.
just happened.
I mean, I've got to say,
Does it feel like it's not gonna? Because sometimes you just know, you know.
I mean, there's no light. There's usually light, but nope. My hair is just rainbow coloured. And
Yeah, but you know, sometimes weird things happen. Your hair falls out, you grow a foot.
that's a you thing.
Speaking of which, Scamp, roll 2d100s.
Oh no,
Oh,
No.
bastard! You know, if it's something damaging, like half of us are dead. I have 1 hit point. Oh, there's rainbow everywhere. She's also fucking bleeding.
Oh yeah, you are all quite heavily.
Are you bleeding,
battered.
Rainbow, as well?
No, I imagine the blood is still red. That would be interesting, though.
Given everything else, I felt I should ask.
Yeah, that would be cool. But no, I've pictured just, you know how when you can see somebody's veins and they're blue under their skin?
Yeah.
It's like that, but
Yeah.
you can see rainbow colour, is what I'm picturing. And yeah, it's sort of all along her brows, cheekbones, jawline.
There is a point where the I'm going to say actually no, the blood appears a little like shimmery and iridescent until it drops out of you. Then it becomes just ordinary red blood. Like the blood stains are red, but like visible blood that's coming out of your veins it's still red, but it's got like a slight iridescence to it.
Oh, that's weird. That's so weird. Okay.
But yeah, the moment it leaves you, it just becomes normal blood again.
I have rolled a 65 and a 36. Under wild magics.
Oh my! I mean,
Are there any enemies nearby?
roll
Like,
a
within
perception
30
check,
feet?
please, and then possibly a luck check.
Well, perception was 1.
Roll a luck check.
16.
I mean, it's hard to do much with the 1 on perception. So.
I mean, if I don't see anyone, I don't see anyone, and we might have to do the other one, otherwise we're all dead.
Yeah, I mean, like, anything other than a
Up
1,
to,
that's
so I could just discharge harmlessly.
Yeah.
It's up to 3 creatures.
Is it up to?
Yeah, up to 3 creatures you choose within 30 feet.
Oh, yeah, if it's up to, then you can just punch those into rocks.
The other one is I've been dreading rolling, and now it's happened. I feel bad ignoring it.
But, like,
making
you
it
have the
go away.
choice.
I might know what it is.
But there are consequences,
Yeah,
potentially.
there's one that I'm
we cannot
terrified
deal with
of.
right now.
With the luck check of 16, I will say, in spite of everything, I mean, God, a 1. A 1 on that perception
Yeah, no,
check.
1 is a 1. I can just discharge it harmlessly.
Yeah, no. Sadly, you do not notice the 3 little cockroaches popping their heads up out from behind rubble that would have been
dear.
perfect for this.
So I'm going to choose the one that isn't going to just potentially ruin everything ever. So.
Yeah, okay.
Oh god.
As Scamp comments how weird things randomly happen then, their hair stands on end. And...
I made the right decision because I just rolled for the other one.
Oh, wow, good.
Wow. I was just.
You've
Yeah.
That
gone.
was weird. There was a feeling like lightning, and also like I was really young for a second.
As
like,
they
say,
as they
6.
as they
Oh
say
my
this,
God.
3 lightning bolts shoot out of their hair and into the
Whoa.
rubble around you.
Oh, okay, apparently the lightning's catching.
Yeah, but the 6-year-olds is not taking, so thank fuck for that.
What? What?
I don't know. There was a weird, and then there wasn't.
Everything alright now?
Yeah. I mean, there was some lightning.
Is this like when you dreamt that you were a halfling when you nearly died? Is that a
Yes.
possibility? Because you
Yeah,
have
pretty
just
much,
nearly
like
died
some-
again.
Like something could have happened and it didn't.
I'm really glad that
feel
you're
like-
not 6, because that's so complex.
I'm so glad I'm not sick. I'm so glad.
Oh my
I'm not-
god.
I rolled a 9 on that dice.
I have dreaded that role for this whole campaign. I'm so glad that you got it when
I
Jason has
dreaded
given
that.
you this this
Yeah.
ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck.
It was really nicely timed.
It was
Yeah,
really
it's come on
nicely
the cusp
timed.
of leveling up.
This is a weird few minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
Has it gone down yet?
Corzin, anything weird happening with you?
The ambivalent
Not that
octopus
I've-
shrugs. Yeah, not really.
Not that I can discern. The octopus is still as non-committal as ever.
I suppose.
I'm going to torch the rainbow spirit. Is this gonna go?
Flecks of rainbow come out of your hair and form like a little facsimile of your face, peering inquisitively at you. I don't know.
Well, you're no help at all.
Probably not.
Oh, God.
Looks good.
It looks amazing, but it's such a problem.
I mean, you are very shiny.
Yeah, No one has rainbow hair. That's
you
not a
already
thing.
stood out in crowds, but this is a different level.
No one has rainbow veins that stand out. I mean, she looks in the mirror again. Oh, I found a plus. Apart from it obviously looking incredible, I don't have my mum's eyes anymore.
Ha! That is a good plus.
She just smiles for like a solid few seconds.
There is a moment as you're viewing this when you hear the distant sound of artillery pounding again, and something shrouded in shadows stalks with surprising speed up towards where you are. The shadows peel back, and you see a about Corzin-sized humanoid form in a cowled little robe, holding what looks like a spear made from possibly like a butcher's cleaver strapped to a pole. Actually, no. It's one of those. It's a billhook, like you use for like moving cargo around. Right. And as it pulls its cowl back, you see an oddly familiar humanoid black cat with golden eyes. This is Kopesh, one of Poppy's crew.
Oh fuck! I'm glad that's you.
Yeah, we're having a weird day.
Can't really take
How are
another
you
hit,
doing?
so
Well, the boss said you were having some troubles.
yes.
Yeah.
Mainly air elemental related.
Yeah, we got them covered. Listen, me and the guys, we've been looking around. It looks like those wizards have gone to ground. We'll keep a lookout for them, but you should probably get out of here before.
He points with the little kitty hand, and you see a wave of the living dead fighting against the armed regulars.
Because y'all kind of look like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we feel like shit.
I feel like
That's
I'm
really good
dead.
advice.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, you do that. I'm gonna go kill some undead.
See you later.
Meow meow, motherfuckers!
Lovely time.
I have one more question I need to answer to myself before we leave. She's looking in the mirror. This is in my eyebrows and eyelashes. So looks down her
Oh yeah,
waistband.
we need to check that.
Oh shit! Okay. Right. That suddenly got exciting. Okay. Let's go. Where are the clerics?
No, you don't want to show that to a cleric.
I don't want to show that to a cleric. I want to show my bleeding wounds to a cleric.
Oh, not yeah.
Not my exciting
makes more
pubes. No.
I don't think they've got anything for that, frankly.
No. I don't think anyone else will have had this problem. They will have seen.
Rainbow Spirit glances. I mean, I guess you could diet, but why would you want to?
Honestly, it is amazing. Like, I fucking love it. But I'm so weird now. What do I do?
Now?
True. I love it. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Clerics, healing, please.
Okay.
Clerics.
Finding a cleric, I think.
If someone breathes on me, I'll die.
The three of you pick yourselves up and stumble through the combat-strewn streets of Harlot over to Monk's Docks, where the fight is ongoing. There you find, I believe they're attached to the other unit of armed irregulars, a handful of clerics. Most of them are busy holding up symbols of not really the regent here, so either the star symbol of St. Purity or the flame and crossed arms symbols of of St. Fury. You stumble over seeking aid, and and a couple, and you see 3 clerics kind of notice you stumbling over. One of them is busy, kind of just finished setting up a magic circle on the ground. Two of them are in the orangey clothing, or orange and red clothes of St. Fury. One is in the somber dress of St. Purity. You don't really recognize any of the 3 of them. They look up. One of them, of the Fury ones, looks up. Whoa!
Yeah.
That's, hey, shit, come over here.
Hello.
Why, that... Oh.
That's not... I'm more
What
here...
dye do you use, miss? And where can I get it?
I don't. It just grows that way as of 5 minutes ago.
Huh.
We're
Can
having
you
an
help me with
interesting
this?
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some unexpected magical side effects, I think.
There's a moment of... where you hear a stray artillery round hit a building somewhere. Yeah, we're all having an interesting day right now.
Yeah, you holding up okay here?
It's a little bit touch and go, but I think we've got it. They don't seem to be aiming at us anymore, which is nice.
That's something.
Oh yeah, no, they were aiming at us for a bit instead.
Listen, we're a bit focused on trying to turn back the undead at the moment. What is it you need? I mean, I guess...
Healing, please?
Not to be bleeding quite so much.
Okay, listen.
Quite
You need
a lot
to...
of blood.
He points to groups of people being hustled back from the front line. You're injured. Listen, you need to go and wait with the walking wounded. There's a snap of a voice as you see a familiar orc, or the High Minister Jan House, in his much nicer version of the same clothes, call out, "Belay that! Get these 3 healed, wherever it takes. Boss, we're kind of focusing on the... Listen, you know that secret weapon everyone's been talking about? Yeah? You're looking at them. Get them healed."
Oh dear.
Are we a secret weapon? That's exciting.
I don't think we're very good at secret.
Have you seen me right now?
Yes. Yes, sir, yes. They turn back. So, which one of you's the monkey?
Don't imagine they were... Go on.
Me.
It's about this point that,
Yep.
having gone halfway and riding back, a rather panting little pug being ridden by a monkey arrives on the scene.
Oh, Marjorie! Jeffrey!
Okay, listen. We don't have a lot of time. What do you think? Sleep a rest? Sleep a rest. I would say sleep of rest. All right. Listen, we need to get you into this building so you're not exposed. Put gestures to nearby, near what looks like a hardware shop nearby. Okay.
All right.
This is gonna be really weird, but we're gonna need to put you to sleep for like a minute straight.
Right.
Oh,
It's a long
Is it okay
time
with
in
elves?
this
Sometimes
situation.
that's weird.
Well, it's basically, this is, with your consent, I'm going to give you a really strong sleeping draft and then wake you up.
Yeah, that should do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and they usher you into this building. Okay, have you got the stuff?
Have I heard of anything like this being done before?
Roll a medicine or religion
The
check,
elf
your choice.
tea.
There was also the elf tea that you
That
had.
was 10
That's
minutes,
true.
so
Yeah,
it's slightly
that's 10
less
minutes,
intense. But
Yeah.
Sorry, was it history or religion?
Religion or medicine?
Oh, medicine. Yeah, medicine, definitely. Natural one, but lucky. Okay, that's a 17.
You can't think of anything, but then you suddenly realise, oh wait, no, there's that elf tea. The luck in this case is just having literally experienced it. It's probably something relating to that, but it seems to take a cleric for each of you to do this in a minute. Yes, I am fucking with the rules on the specific spell to allow it to be done in a minute, but it costs more clerics to do it.
because otherwise we'll die immediately in the
Yeah.
next bit of combat.
Yeah. One of them fishes out a what looks like a concentrated black ichor in a little medicine bottle. Okay, each of you take one small mouthful of this Swallow it and then immediately lie down.
Okay.
There's not much.
Can I lie down and then swallow it?
That works too.
Okay.
There's not much. Like you're on the ground floor of a shop, so literally the clerics just push aside some merchandise so that there's tables for you to lie on. As you take the swigs, you just feel a sudden blossoming of numbness envelop you as what's pretty much like a hard tranquilizer takes effect. And then and you see them muttering a prayer as just for a moment consciousness fades, and a moment later you're seemingly to you a moment later your eyes open and you feel weirdly awake. So at the price of not being involved in the next round of strategic combat for 1 minute, you each gain the benefits of a short rest.
Hey.
Awesome.
Where are my D6s?
So need it. I'm dying.
Those clerics have all spent a third level spell slot.
We love them. I thank them an annoying amount of times.
Yeah. And we'll pick up to a degree with what happens with you as characters, probably in the next episode, because we've probably hit the 4 hour mark by about now. But before we do that, we will pop into strategic combat as well, and find out what happens in the next couple of minutes. The one that's just happened while you were fighting with the fire starters, and the one that happens while you are all knocked out on the table of Joyce's discount nails.
Cool.
I have not rolled well.
It's all right.
I haven't either. How many hit dice do you get?
Up to half of your total.
Cool. And our total is our level, yeah?
It is your level, yeah, because none of you are multi-classing, so it's your level times whatever your hit die is.
Cool, that's fine.
Okay.
Might chug a healing potion before we next go into battle, but I'm going to leave that for now. I did not roll well either.
I'm still below half.
Same. Actually,
Not good.
I'm at half of my total without your aid, but I have your aid, so I'm below half.
Yeah, I'm still below half, although I'm doing much better than I was.
So while you're rolling your hit dice, I'm just going to do a quick reminder of the current state of the battlefield. So things are, as I said at the very start of the episode, the centre of the coast is holding strong at Monk's Docks. All of your units there are pretty intact. They've not taken a lot of injuries, and and most of the undead horde there has been successfully pushed back from gaining a foothold. However, the flanks are where you're suffering. One unit of undead rabble have successfully gotten into the streets of Harlot, along with, for that one round, the fire starters. Although the fire starters have been a bit busy with you this round. Because of your call, now you did have a weakened unit in Portland preparing to do a flank as well. The following on this coming turn, it is worth mentioning that the Sun Eaters have moved into, will be moving into Harlot as part of your sending to call for reinforcements. So that's going to affect some flanking things a little bit.
So are they going to start this round of combat in Harlot?
I mean, they're starting in Stitch Father, but they kind of have a forced move and attack into Harlot for the purposes of this.
Oh, okay, cool.
Did we see where the fire starters were heading, or were they going into Upper Harlot?
No, they split
Midtown?
up. You've lost them for the moment. So
okay, right.
they've gone into stealth mode temporarily. On the eastern flank, you still have 4 units of irregulars, but they've been thinned out by artillery strikes, and there are still these seemingly unattended rowboats kind of broadly heading towards monks or pipers.
So worrying.
Can I see them any better from where I am now?
You would briefly be able to see them before when you went into Monk's Docks, before you headed in and got drugged for a minute so that you could have a short rest.
Okay.
But because this particular bit of the fight is happening in a weird sort of omniscient narrative, we're going to assume that what happens next is partly from the perspective of the commanders on the shore, and partly stuff that your characters are going to be filled in on as you wake up.
Right, okay.
So, the next round happened while you were fighting the fire starters. Mm-hmm. So if I go back to my initiative, thing, which I rolled like an episode ago. Sorry, folks, this battle's going to take 3 episodes. Whew.
It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so with that in mind, let's go to the top of our initiative. With initiative count 20, it's the Undead Rabble.
Boo.
Indeed. So there are, at this point, 2 units of Undead Rabble still fighting. One of which is currently in Harlot, the second Undead Rabble, and the fourth is still trying to climb up onto Monk's Docks. So if I scroll down to my notes, then somewhere at the bottom here, we should have everything I need. There we go. Okay, so first things first, Undead Rabble are going to go... Well, they're probably going to attack the in Harlot, the primary defenders there, which would be the first armed infantry.
Which ones are the infantry?
So the armed irregulars.
Okay, cool.
Sorry,
cool.
I've written AI and I keep mistranslating my own notes. It's very annoying.
There's a lot going on, man. Don't worry.
So I need to armed irregulars. Irregulars, not riflemen. You don't have riflemen in Harlot.
Yeah, they're still in
Harlot, sorry,
Monks.
I'm looking at the wrong place.
I'm just checking my notes, but I'm reasonably sure there is actually not a disadvantage on attack for this group of undead. There's not, but the AC is too higher for the armed infantry because these are our streets. So it's one roll. Oh, okay, that was a natural 19. So the undead surge forward with the distraction posed by the fire starters and begin clawing, dragging, and biting into the armed infantry, causing them take some damage.
Irregulars. Stop using different words. It confuses me.
Armed irregulars. Sorry. So the armed irregulars. So first armed irregulars are Bobsers. So Bobs. That takes a point of damage off them. What's their current hit points now?
5. They were fully healed at that point.
Okay, so they were at 6. That's down to 5.
Yeah, that's the first damage.
Okay, they're taking some damage, but they are able to hold back against, hold their ground, because that's not enough to trigger morale, so it doesn't push them out of the territory. Okay, Monk. Then there's the ones trying to attack up onto Monk's Docks, who are attacking with a disadvantage because of the clerics. They are going to go for... You have at this point, the front consists of the Deadeyes and the second rifles. Mm-hmm. They're probably going to go for the second rifles. Okay. So that was... Just grabbing my notes here. That was an 11, which I don't think is enough to hit the rifles. So they continue trying to scrabble up, but the rifles fire down and keep and press them back into the waters. Okay, round 18. The Sun Eaters, as I said, have had their movement forced, so they move from Stitchfather into Harlot and attack the fire starters. Can I have an attack from the Sun Eaters, please?
Ooh, that's a 17 on the dice. So that is, 26.
Okay, so they do a point of damage to the fire starters. You also did a point of damage to the fire starters in your fight. Poppy and his crew successfully shatter the remaining air elementals. However, the fire starters do kind of go into stealth mode as they split up and reconvene elsewhere.
We don't know how many hit points they started with, do we?
No, you don't.
No.
I will.
Note of how much damage has happened to them.
Yeah, I'm keeping a note of how much damage has happened to them as well. So.
Oh no, yeah, it makes sense that we don't know. It's just interesting for my strategy brain.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, what I will say is that up to this point, only the actual air elementals have been destroyed. So,
But they've lost some health.
They've lost some health,
Damage.
and they've also spent some spell slots and scrolls. They've been cost materials. Okay, so so that's the Sun Eaters go. Next up, let's find out what's been happening with those boats.
I'm so horrified by.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, actually. Can Corzin see better from where he is currently?
I'm going to say
Oh, we'll be unconscious at this point.
you're going to be
Yeah.
unconscious. You're busy at this moment in time. You're actually busy fighting the fire starters, but you will then
okay.
be unconscious. But from the shore, I will describe what happens and what is seen.
Okay.
At this point, dozens of seemingly empty-looking longboats have been drifting down the water, getting closer and closer. So almost as if they're not obviously rowed, but almost as if they're just going to, by sheer motion of the river, bump into the land. And as they drift towards Piper Docks, the defenders there, cowering from artillery fire, see what looks like tarps covering things on the boats. They're staggered because the piers were damaged. So only one group of boats successfully reaches Piper Docks this turn. But as they arrive, so this doesn't matter. Cool. As they arrive, however, the unarmed troops are peering forwards, confused at what's happening, when forms rise up from underneath the boats where they were holding onto them and doggy paddling forwards under the water, as a mixture of skeletal troops and living figures with water breathing cast on them clamber up onto the boats, pull away the tops, and raise the dry muskets and ammunition to fire on the docks.
Shit.
Hang on, how did they get their stuff dry?
Covered in tarps on the boats.
But
they
it's
were
still
underneath
raining,
the
so
boat.
as soon
It's
as
still
they
raining.
get it out-
Oh, they still
But they get around with it dry. That makes sense.
No, they didn't even get around with it dry. It just they will function at all. So it's in range. So they're still firing with disadvantage. But
okay.
the point is that they're not.
They didn't take their guns underwater.
They didn't take their guns
completely.
underwater.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was the trick. So they're not completely useless either. But yes, as the first unit of the Reclamation Corps mount their boats and start firing, they're going to make an attack with disadvantage against the 5th unarmed in Piper Docks. Okay, so that was plus. Okay, that is a 14.
Who are they?
And that is that's 5th unarmed, which is Ellie. Which I think should.
She's 12, I think. Oh no, we're not even in the streets yet, are we?
Yeah, AC
You're not-
is 10, so
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
that hits.
So they take a point of damage.
Okay, and that's the 5th. Yeah.
From the attack, but that's but it's not enough to drop them to half. They don't have a morale check. So at this point, the unarmed stand back and start trying to fight against the Reclamation Corps trying to get onto the docks, but unless they retreat, the Reclamation Corps will not gain a foothold.
Cool.
This round. Okay, that brings us to the Deadeyes, who are currently on a front in Monk's Docks with the 2nd Rifles against the 4th Undead Rabble, so the one unit that's attacking them.
Might use them unless anyone has an objection for an attack on the Reclamation Corps. Can I do that?
You will need to move them out of Monk's Docks and into Piper Docks, and just and shuffle someone else to the front.
But from Piper Docks, I could still attack into Monk's Docks with them, couldn't I?
Yes, so long as you
as long as the
maintain
people are on the
flanking.
ground.
As long as you maintain flanking.
One
But
undead horde that we are facing here has a single hit point.
Oh, maybe it's worth getting rid of them then. What do you think? Fuck it. Shall I get a hit in on them?
Yeah.
That would leave this area uncontested.
Let's do that. Yeah.
More, which might be really
Yeah, I'll do an
useful.
attack on the horde.
okay.
I feel like dead eyes have the best chance of it.
All right. Make an attack with
Yeah.
disadvantage because rain and turn undead and stuff.
Okay, that's 11.
11 against the undead rabble. Yeah, that hits.
Yay. Great. So
And actually, no, you don't need to do roll damage. That's enough. They do indeed have 1 hit point. As the rabble attempt to scramble and pull down the rifles, the calm, methodical firing of the Deadeyes' undead troops is enough to shatter the remainder. A handful of undead still try and claw away, but they are relatively easily able to be taken down by the defending forces. So the 4th undead rabble are gone, which means no one is currently trying to take Monk's Docks.
Okay, cool.
Excellent.
At which point the artillery are going to fire. Or actually, I guess if you wanted to, you could move the Deadeyes into Piper, like with the last of your turn.
Worth it? What do you think?
It would leave them exposed to artillery.
No,
No,
sorry. The
Philippe
Deadeyes
is-
are blocking artillery for everyone else in their ward.
They are,
so
and there
yes,
are loads of people in Monk's Docks, so let's leave that.
That was not a trick from me. I just
Yeah.
forgot for
Yeah.
a moment.
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay, so yeah. Because of that, yes, the artillery cannot fire. The artillery at this point have no eyes in Monk's Docks due to the heavy rain.
Cool.
So they can't actually fire on anyone in that ward. What they can fire on, however, is basically everyone else.
Oh dear.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Target's picked. Alright, so first... so these are all with disadvantage because of the rain. Let's do these left to right. First attack is an ordinary attack, is a round shot attack against the armed irregulars in Harlot.
Okay, so the Bob's, those are yours.
Yeah, that was a natural 18. So they take a point of damage, taken down to 4. But despite the pounding, that's not enough to make them retreat. Okay, then there's going to be an attack against the 5th in the 5th unarmed in Piper Docks.
Okay, that's mine.
Okay, that was a 14.
Yeah, theirs is like, like
even
10.
with. Okay, that is enough to take them to half, which
Uh-huh.
means I need a morale check from them, please.
Okay, and morale is fucking useless, so let's see. That's a 15.
Okay, they hold from that attack. There is, however, then a second attack made against them.
Cool.
But that one was an 8, so it smashes harmlessly into the buildings. Well, not harmlessly. There's definitely harm conducted, but not as far as the troops are concerned. So despite their losses, the 5th unarmed are holding the docks against the Deadeyes against the Reclamation Corps attempting to take that ground.
The Reclamation Corps still counted as in the river rather than on the...
Yes, they are in the river. So at this point, Piper
Just on my
Docks.
map.
Yeah, Piper Docks is not
Cool.
yet contested, but it's also only possible to attack them from Piper Docks right now.
Yeah.
The 4th artillery unit is going to go canister shot on the 6th in Bow East. So
Which is main.
yeah, that's a 22. So
Oh yeah, so super
they
hits.
they take 2 points of damage
Jesus,
from the
ow.
anti-infantry shot. It's basically like shotgun blasts across the river.
Brilliant.
They can't use it on any troop anywhere they have friendly troops without risking hitting them. But
Ew, that's nasty.
yeah, but that drops them to half, which means morale check, please.
Oh, that's a 9.
Okay, the 6th lose another, and they have to retreat to one of the neighbouring areas.
So maybe the 6th will go to Bow Central.
Cool. So the 6th are now in Bow Central, and they need.
I know we're leaving a gap, but I can't.
No, you're forced to leave a gap, and I need you to roll again for morale because of the possibility of a chain route.
Yeah. Natural 20. So
Okay, they hold. They hold. So Bow Central.
they're on
now...
1 hit point though, so that's quite bad.
Oh yeah, they're not great. So the 6th unarmed regroup in Bow Central next to the 3rd, but it has left Bow
We're
East
also on
open.
1 hit point.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Bow East is not a great place right now. Okay, that leaves us. That's the end of the artillery's go. The fire starters vanish, which takes us onto the rifle militia, which is Sam's. So so the 1st and 2nd rifles are both currently in Monk's Docks.
Yes.
But they also are not presently having to fight extra undead coming in. So right now there is Harlot is contested by the undead rabble. We're next to them. I guess if you want to delay, you could kind of delay a turn, delay one of them by a turn and wait for the currently 2nd in Portland to get into a flanking position again, and then attack.
Yeah, 2nd are planning to move to Midtown, aren't they?
Yeah, so you can kind of delay action on one of them and then attack and then flank into Harlot. Or I guess you could move into Harlot and be a second. No, you can't because there's already. Well, technically you could, but it wouldn't help.
Well, the Sun Eaters.
Yeah, the Sun Eaters and the
still
armed
around.
regulars are already in there. So you could do that with one group. With the other group, if you want to hit the Reclamation Corps, you're going to need to move them into Piper Docks to attack.
All right. I can't hit them on the river here from where I am. Can I?
They're kind of coming from the river onto Piper, so there's not it's not adjoining, as it were.
Who's got the Elven
All right.
Fire?
The first have the Elven Fire.
Okay.
Although if you want to hand it to a different unit at this point, you can.
We don't. On the
Okay.
first
Don't actually
down.
use it to use that.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah,
It's, as part of your attack, you use it to give yourself advantage.
The first are not alive anymore.
The first
the
rifles
Oh, the
are
first
still alive.
rifles. Okay,
Yeah, the
Yeah.
first rifles are alive,
First rifle
but a bit
militia.
battered up.
cool.
All right. So if Monk's Dock isn't being contested right now, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to send the first rifle militia, as you say, into Piper Docks
Okay.
in order to try and repel the Reclamation Corps. Okay. Specifically, the strategy I'm going to go with is if the first boat that has arrived has been revealed to be basically a barge full of gunpowder, I'm going to try instruct them to try and hit the remaining boats while they're still on the water.
Okay, that's pretty much what they were going to try and do. Do you want them to try and use the Elven Fire to cancel out your disadvantage or at this point? Or
Yes,
actually, no, you
because
don't
if
need
we
to.
can create a fire barrier.
You don't need to. They're attacking by boat, which would give you advantage attacking them.
Oh, okay.
Because they're coming on boats. So if you're on the shore attacking someone coming on a boat, as opposed to coming up through the water because they're
right,
they're shambling
That's
hordes.
fair. Yes.
Yeah, so you don't
no,
need to
very
use
good
the Elven
point.
Fire. You can make this as a straight attack against the Reclamation Corps.
Just gonna make a straight attack then. Okay. Okay, that's a 15.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, sorry, that's 17.
Oh, that still hits. So you do point of damage to the first Reclamation Corps. As they fire, as they fire and shoot, they're actually able to sink a couple of the boats or smash them apart. In one case, successfully hitting a little magazine of ammunition and causing it to blow. However, the Reclamation Corps are each unit is 600 strong, and most of them undead. So it keeps coming. You've done a hit point of damage, not enough to make them start chain routing.
Fair enough.
Okay, so that's the first armed. What do you want to do with the second? Sorry, the first rifles. What do you want to do with the second rifles?
Can they hold an attack until the second?
Oh yes, they totally can.
Regulars.
Yep. Okay, so they're going to hold, and they're basically
right?
they're going to hold and then attack into Harlot.
I think that was a suggestion from
Yes.
Bob.
Yeah.
Well, for Sam's unit.
Yeah, like
They're
that's
both
the
Sam.
thing.
Yes,
it
no,
was a suggestion
that is
from
what I
Bob's
was
to Sam,
planning
not
on
like,
doing. I was
that's
planning on
doing.
flanking it with the group in Portland currently.
Okay. So we'll put a pin in those and come back to them, which takes us to the first and second armed units, armed and
Okay.
regulars. So first armed is Bob's in Harlot with the
They're gonna
candlestick.
Attack the undead that are right in front of them.
Yes. Okay. Roll attacks against the raging horde.
It's disadvantage though, isn't it?
Yep, because they are using gunpowder weapons.
Ooh, that's a 17 and 18 on the dice. Hello.
Okay, that's gonna hit.
Nice.
Which means I need to do a morale check for these chappies.
They're up there.
Okay, they're undead. They hold their nerve, but the armed, the volunteer soldiers do manage to fire in ranks, staggered ranks, long enough to stop downing much of the horde. They are holding these streets, and they are holding them well. It's looking up. Things are looking up for them.
Excellent.
That brings us to the second, who are currently in Monk's Docks.
Yeah, and they are mine. Who's in Piper's Docks?
Right now, Piper's has the
It has the fifth unarmed, and it has somebody else, does
and
it?
the
I
first
can't remember.
rifles.
First
There is
rifles.
space for you
Yeah.
to move them in, and then and sort of replace the fifth on the front.
I might do that actually,
fire
just
on the
because
dead ones.
Reclamation Corps are coming, and I think we need to get some attacks in.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, so
What do we think?
That's
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, let's take some while we've got advantage because they're on the water.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So yeah, I'm gonna move those into Piper's Talk, which I will write down for myself. And yeah, I'll do an attack against the Reclamation Corps.
awesome. Okay, so do that.
It's only an 11.
It's a straight attack from them.
Yeah,
Cool.
I've done it.
11,
So,
however, is not enough. They do fire, and some of the skeletons go down, but they drop their pistols, they drop their muskets as they do, and then climb back onto the boats.
not quite enough. Yeah.
There are some losses, but not a significant amount. Okay, that the rain continues to pound down, which takes us into the unarmed. So, Sam, you have
Yep.
the second unarmed, who I guess, as you say, are going to move into Midtown.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so if I just make a note here. Okay, so the second unarmed move into Midtown, and essentially at that point, in order to allow the second rifles to flank in, they have to basically like hold and serve as as an anvil for their hammer. So
Yeah, they are going to hold the
yeah,
line.
they hold the line and provide and secure the retreat, which means that yes, your saved action can happen, and the second rifles may now attack the undead rabble
Okay.
with disadvantage because rain. Oh, this storm has fucked things.
So much. The rain is fucking us
Such a
all up.
mess.
Yeah, that's 11.
Against undead rabble, that's enough. This is rabble.
Okay.
Oh yeah, these guys have like shit all armor
Got
class.
shite AC, but amazing morale. Haven't
Yeah,
they?
that's the
Yeah.
thing. And they haven't even got the good hit points either. They've just got amazing morale,
Yeah.
and they're really cheap. They are the essence of the expendable reserves. But that's enough. With the as the second unarmed press in from Midtown to provide support and assistance to the armed irregulars fighting back in Harlot, the second come in and flank the remaining rabble from behind, firing into them, and then eventually just coming in and using their rifle butts like clubs to shatter the remaining horde. There is a ragged cheer from the armed irregulars who have been taking such a beating up to this point.
But those particular undead are just gone now.
They are gone. So
Awesome.
at this point, all of the undead rabble have now been dispatched.
Oh, I love us. Look at us
You
go.
are just facing the artillery and the armed irregular. The artillery and the reclamation corps, and presumably wherever they are, the fire starters, who have not yet reared their ugly heads. Okay.
Yeah, they were last seen leaving
Yeah,
Harlot,
so they have gone somewhere. Okay, that brings us to the end of that round, and we'll find out what happens with the Reclamation Corps making their attempted landing in Piper Docks at the start of next time, actually, because this episode's gone on a while. Thank you, gentle listeners, for indulging us these 3 battle episodes. We're going to try and keep them fun. Thank you all very much for listening. Thank you all very much for playing. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
So many times we've almost died, but I'll stand up for love and pride. Against enemies born of the skies, I'll wield the storm with rainbow eyes.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.